Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to part two of our budget session. And we're going to get started now. Madam City Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Adams?
Here.
Councilmember Elward?
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez? Vice Mayor Sanborn?
Here.
Mayor Yudichie?
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam City Manager, would you like to start with your presentations?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you again for being here for our second workshop related to our budget for fiscal year 2025-26. I just want to express my gratitude once again to our finance team for all of their hard work, and obviously our city departments as well. And also Karen with our city clerk office. She's been taking care of us, making sure that we have food, that we have water, and so just, making sure that we're taking care of these next couple of hours. So I really appreciate city clerk's support, specifically Karen for doing this. So what we're going to do, as you saw yesterday, we started with the department presentations. So we'll continue, Mayor, with those presentations. And we will start with the Department of Public Safety. Chief Tim Mattles is here, so he will start the presentation, and then we'll proceed with Public Works and then Community Services and Information Technology. Yes.
Before we start with the chief, we're going to do public comment. I wanted to give everyone a chance to fill out the cards, and I think we have a number of cards here. Thank you very much.
And also for the record, Mayor, we received a number of comments by email. They all have been printed and
Yes.
at the dais, and we have copies at the front for members of the community if they want to read them.
Thank you. Okay, first we're going to bring up Denny Hukel. Please welcome, Denny. You can step right up to the lectern over there and just give us your name and where you're from. And the clerk will give you 3 minutes. Please, welcome. Yeah, just press the button.
Okay, there we go. Yes, I'm Danny Hukel. I live on Heartwood Drive here in Rohnert Park. And I'm here with the big curiosity of what we can do about our flooding of our street. It's this rainy season, it's flooded 3 times. And we keep trying to get responses and working with Vanessa. Vanessa's been very responsive. And we also went outside of the city and talked to a hydrologist, and he did a quick little survey and responded to me, and it was his finding that the stormwater problem, it belongs to the Rohnert Park. We were thinking it might have been the field or maybe a Sonoma County problem, but he has deemed that it's a Rohnert Park problem. So we've been sitting through the budgeting and everything, and hoping that we can get included in getting our flooding problem fixed. Because this is not the only year. We've had 3 or 4 years prior to this year that have been devastating floods, and we've lost some. Had work done on our house one time, flood got up underneath our house, and we have lost 1 car. It got flooded before we could get awake enough to see that flooding had happened during the night. And we lost that car, and then insurance paid about 25 cents on the dollar for it. So and what the problem is we're at the low point of Heartwood, where all the drains are, and when it starts flooding, we're the deepest part. And when it starts flooding, I mentioned this before, the water actually comes up the drains instead of going down the drains. Yep, sure does. I think there's a definite problem there that needs to be addressed, and hopefully, and I know it's not cheap, but hopefully there's something that's budgetable. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to welcome Lisa Scott. Lisa, please, welcome. Just give us your name and where you're from. Oh, turn it back on. There you go.
Oh, thanks. My name is Lisa Scott, and I'm with UFO. I'm one of their volunteers. I just am praying that you don't cut anything with the homeless. Since I started to volunteer with UFO in the last year and a half, I have seen such an improvement that Rohnert Park has done in people off the street and in homes, and I just hope you remember how good you've done, and it stays, and you don't cut anything from the homeless program. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And of course, Paula, please. Good evening, Paula. Or good afternoon, rather.
Red light, mic on. Good afternoon, City Manager, Mayor, and Council. Paula Brown, co-founder of Unsheltered Friends Outreach and almost a 50-year resident of Rohnert Park. I love this city and I love the progress that we've made with the unsheltered. I'm asking, please do not cut any housing programs. If you can find the money somewhere else in the budget, reduce if you have to, but these programs mean so much, and I think we all may not understand the full consequences of budget cuts, what it will mean to people. I'm sure that we will know every face and every name that would be affected by budget cuts. I believe that it would create homelessness. There are people that actually would lose their housing because they really need a subsidy. They need the support of the city to stay housed. I know that you will give this much thought, and this is a cause that's all very dear to our hearts. Our city has just been such a leader in the direction that we've taken with dealing with unsheltered people. And please, 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 I'm just praying that revenue rains down from somewhere so that we can keep all of these programs. But yeah, just please don't cut our housing programs for the homeless. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you very much. And Madam City Manager, would you like to comment on public comment, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So as it relates to the first comment regarding the evaluation of the stormwater drainage system, you will see that in the Public Works presentation, we do acknowledge that that is a need, not only for this area in Heartwood, but other areas throughout the city. And it's obviously on our top of mind as well. And as you saw from the presentation yesterday, there's a different just competing priorities. And the hope is that we can find either other funding that may be available, but at this time, there's no specific allocation for those services. Just based on preliminary estimates, it could cost anywhere from $500,000 to, it could be less, it could be more. And so it is, it is going to take resources to be able to conduct that type of evaluation, but we do acknowledge that just as long, along with other needs that we have throughout the community. With respect to the homeless contracts in particular, for clarification, the contract with UFO is not one of the ones that is being recommended for possible elimination or reduction. We do have a recommendation, and we do, as we move through the presentation, we're going to share with which contracts in particular related to homeless services are the ones that are being affected. One of those is the contract with SHARE, and then the other contract is also with Catholic Charities, and obviously our housing manager can speak to what potentially can happen. Staff is meeting with these agencies to try to figure out what next steps would be, what kind of transition we would have. This is a very great example of where we would need support from either the county level or the state. So any advocacy that you can do with our legislators, obviously Board of Supervisors, this is really where it's needed. I mean, we request money for our safe team, La Bath Landing operations from the county, and they've been very supportive. But this is also a very good example of where we need that support to continue providing these services. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. Good evening, Chief. Or good afternoon, rather. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
You have the unique pleasure of starting us off today.
Thank you very much. And I have the clicker. All right, so we'll start with the law enforcement side of the Public Safety Department and some of our 24-25 accomplishments. Of course, we implemented our new LEFTA training and accountability software. This completely runs our FTO program, and all that training is taking place there, as well as it took the place of our IA Pro system, which is the system of complaints that come in and commendations, write-ups for officers and staff. And as we went through, we were also able to customize some of those for ourselves, for our community complaints, so that we can track them better and have a systematic approach to that. So that was that was a big lift, getting that in. Very happy to say that after the beginning of '24, we were able to fully staff the department and actually start working on some of the major H bodies. So that's where we are at this time. We also were able to select and send 2 members of our agency to a motor traffic school. They are now full-fledged motor officers, which we're hopeful that we can get them out on the street and actually start going after some of our traffic issues and bring down our collisions. That is a very difficult class, so we were glad that they passed that. Kevin Angelesco and Brittany Hawks, our new motor officers. And then says replaced, we are on the verge. I think actually Deputy Chief Johnson has an appointment. They're taking a team to San Antonio to look at that. That's all put together and ready to go. And we've worked through the antenna issues. We're still working through those. But by the end of 24-25 fiscal, we plan on having our new radio infrastructure in place. Fire Division. One of the things we were able to do with getting the full-time battalion chiefs is we were able to get standard training for our fire crews. They're all shifts are doing the same training, and we've elevated what they're doing out in the field. We did a look at our response analysis and to see if we needed to move anything around. We shifted some lines a little bit, but we're very much in line with our time responses now, especially with Station 3 coming online. We put the new engine into work. You probably saw that. And now we have 3 matching engines down there. You can see in the bottom and the middle. In fact, we're going to number them because they're very hard to tell apart now. So we're going to number the back of them just so when they're coming and going, we can see where they are. And as I said earlier, we began recruiting for our Measure H bodies. Police Division, some of our goals. We started the 5-year strategic plan, just about had it finished, and COVID hit and kind of threw everything into different priorities. So we hope to draft a new 5-year strategic plan in the upcoming year. We've started this program of developing our acting sergeants. We've got a young crew, so we want to make sure that as those sergeants promotions come up, we have people ready to step into those positions. That's part of the mentoring program. And then we started a mentor program for our AWCs. And what we did this time was prior, when you wanted to be an AWC, an acting watch commander, which means you could run the shift in the absence of a sergeant, that you took the entire test, and you had to pass the entire test for both police and fire. And we have some people who are ready on the police side, not ready on the fire side, and then vice versa. So we bifurcated for the first time this year, and officers can opt to test for police acting watch commander, fire acting watch commander, or both. And it really kind of increased our pool for us. And so we've got some people doing that right now, which has really helped us. And on the fire side, we'd like to develop a drone as first responder program. These can be really successful in as we see our flooding, fires, and traffic hindrances, hazards. So we'd like to look at starting that program. Also continue to develop our acting captains for succession planning. Part of Measure H is to put a sergeant on every body, on every truck. And so we need to start developing our captains. And then we used a thing called tablet command, which is a countywide system now. And we're using that now in our fire service. And so we'd like to get our pre-fire plans all developed, put into that system. It's a really neat system. You can actually watch a lot real time who's coming in to help, where everybody is, what your status is, your equipment. So now we just want to take that to the next level and get our pre-fire plans in there. And of course, as we move forward with Measure H, we'd like to start staffing our engines with engineer, firefighter, and captains. Currently, we have 1 captain who oversees 3 different stations. So those are our goals for this year. You can see our total calls for service, for the year. I'm not sure if I was supposed to go to that one. Total calls for fire service. Medical aids were up a little bit, but that's a lot what we respond to. These are all in the packet if you'd like. And then any questions?
Thank you, Chief. We'll start off with Councilmember Adams.
Thank you very much. About your recruiting for Measure H bodies, can you talk a little bit about that? How much staff do you have now? What do you expect that to change with your Measure H bodies?
So Measure H is going to allow us to add 9 bodies to fire. That would be 1 extra body to each station, each engine. Currently, we have 2 individuals who are in the academy right now who are the start of that Measure H hiring. We have 1 who's the last of the PSO, and then we have 2 Measure H bodies. Because we're a public safety agency, Measure H is going to allow us to put an individual through the police academy and the fire academy because that's our model. So once they complete the police academy and the FTO and then the fire academy and that training, then they become a Measure H body and we can move a body in. One of the things we did last year or during this past year was the last fire academy that graduated, we recruited very heavily out of that fire academy in order to hopefully speed up that process. So we have individuals right now who are in the process. They're not yet been moved forward, but they're in the background process who would only need a police academy. So that cuts that time in half. So, but the goal is as we move forward, each academy get more Measure H bodies until we reach those 9. And then once they've received the full gamut of training, the essence is we would have 3 bodies on each engine. And then that's where that mentoring with the captains come, because the end result is to have 3 bodies, but a captain, an engineer, and a firefighter.
So that's 9 Measure H dollars will allow you to have 9 extra people more than you have the limit for right now.
Yes, but they can only be used in fire.
Got it.
Yes. So it doesn't change our patrol staffing model. It changes the fire staffing model, but you can't supplant. So if someone is, I can't put someone over there and I can't use one of them to bring back to patrol. So yes, it gives us that extra bodies on the engine, but strictly on the fire side. Yes.
So you haven't told me any numbers yet. How many people do you have right now? How many more people will you have when you're done?
We have 72, and we will have 81.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is, if you go back in your slides to, I don't know, I forgot, I wasn't looking at the numbers, I apologize. The other way. One more. Develop a drone as first responder. I didn't see that in your documentation. Did I miss it, or is this something you want to do and you're wanting to talk with us about? Because
the idea with that would be we have individuals in the department right now who are working on a drone as first responder program. And once that is ready and we have figured out whether there are outside funding sources to assist with it, we would bring a program back to council, because I know those are going to be some in-depth discussions.
Okay.
And so we didn't put it in right now. It's not quite ready to go. You know, we will work with the city manager, see if it's something we bring back maybe at mid-year or sometime later this year. But we have to develop a program.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And I just, I want to say that I know a lot of the, my husband and I were running errands today, and as we came back, one of your officers was interacting with a gentleman who had fallen asleep on the lawn and needed some help getting someplace else, right? So your officers are doing a great job helping just in that one area and so many other areas that we don't know about. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember? No?
I don't have any question.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Hey, Chief, how's it going? How much does it cost us to send folks to academy, like per one hire? Do you know how much that cost is, roughly?
There's different costs, and I actually, got that for the city manager a while back, so I know I have it. And I can't remember what the exact number was right now because I've been working with so many numbers lately. I can get that for you and send it out to the council.
Okay.
Yeah, because we figured uniform, equipment,
Yeah.
and then the academy, and then that's one cost, but the FTO brings in then the cost of the FTO and South. So there's a couple different costs. So I'll get that information. I will get it out to the. I don't want to give a bad number today.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And
So if I may? What I put in the budget in Measure H for the academy was $26,000 for each person,
per person. And outside of Measure H?
out of Measure H for the ones that are.
Outside of Measure H, though? Like, if we didn't have,
Yeah, the
So,
dollar,
okay,
the
not-
dollar amount would be
okay.
the same, but for the new positions that are coming on, I put $26,000 in the budget for the academy.
So just a quick follow-up. So will Measure H pay for that academy? Or is that out of our pocket? The 26,000 I'm referring to.
Okay. So recently, your council adopted 2 positions to go into Measure H, and those are the positions that the chief is talking about that are in the academy currently. And so we have those 2 positions, and then we're adding 2 new positions into the budget next year. And so the Measure H funds will pay for those positions to go to both academies, as the chief had indicated. And we've put monies in the Measure H budget in order to do that.
Thank you.
thank
Please.
you. And a follow-up to that one. So HR was great and was able to respond to my questions from yesterday about how many don't pass a year, whether it's for whatever the reason. So this past year was 2 out of 15. Is there any sort of recovery cost when that happens? Are they coming and getting training and then they, it got paid for and they go to another, is there any sort of cost recovery with that? That's quite an investment for.
So if an officer goes to the academy and either washes out in the academy or doesn't pass FTO based on our recommendations, there's no cost recovery. We do not go after them for cost recovery. I don't know that there's a method to do that. If an officer, and Jamie can talk more on it, but there is apparently some civil case law out there that gives us the authority if someone comes and leaves to go to a different agency. But it depends on who you ask, because through my career, I've been told you cannot go after people. It becomes a servitude type thing if you do it there. You can't lock them into you. If they want to leave, they can leave. And if you sue them, then it's not. So we have not done that.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering, Madam City Manager, I know we don't have a city attorney currently present, if we can ask what that looks like. And maybe it's not going after them, right? There's still free will currently. But if there's something when we're doing recruitment, when we look at these costs of, hey, if you pass 6 months, then it would reduce by this. If you're after a year, it would reduce by this. Because I'm just looking at, it's an investment that is needed, and I'm okay with it. But that's a big loss. That's $50,000 right there, right? Just from this past year, if we looked at that. So if we could get back 10, or I'm just kind of curious what parameters are there, maybe moving forward.
It is limited too. It's limited on what you can go and try to recover. I will tell you that.
But Councilmember Rodriguez, to your point, we can explore it. We can definitely explore it. I made a note so we can find out if we're allowed or what that would look like. So thank you.
Okay. And I do have to note, 2 out of 15 is a really good number. It's
Yes.
less than 15%, so.
We have built our field training program on the idea of success, not failure. Because of the investment that we're making in these individuals, we want them to be successful. And I will say that I believe we have a very high rate of return on that. So 2 out of 15 is very high.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think it's great, and I believe in the model you're doing from the ride-alongs I've done or just talking to some of the staff, and they definitely answer the questions and want to make sure that it's understood. And I also appreciate that if they're not sure, they'll always say wait, let me get back to you on that one or get you someone that does. I also noticed on the the bigger finance kind of slide that we had yesterday. It was slide 35, current vacancies. I just want to make sure that I understood. So there were 4 positions that were not filled, so they weren't necessarily frozen, but that monies, I calculated, came out to almost $1.2 million in like savings per se. But then what you did with that was you got 3 public safety officers. So that means, if I calculated correctly, that's rough, like just under 400,000 per officer. Does that sound right?
So of the vacancies that we have, so we have a deputy chief position vacant, we have a lieutenant, and we have a sergeant.
2
Correct,
sergeants.
Chief? 2 sergeants. So what the department has opted to do is to underfill those positions with officers. So when you take what that cost represents of all these vacancies and versus, the positions that are underfilled, I guess there's somewhat of a savings. Obviously it's not one-to-one. We're not capturing the full savings because we are underfilling. And Betsy, I don't know if you want to elaborate, because obviously you calculated those savings and included them in the budget, so please.
So actually, in 24-25, not only did we have the 4 underfilled positions, there were 3 overfilled positions as well. And so when you added all that together for 24-25, there was basically no savings at all. Okay. But the plan for 25-26 is that we will be reducing those overfills because 2 of the positions will slide over to the Measure H. And then I'm not exactly sure what is up with that other position, but I believe there's a plan for that. So the plan is to have no overfills going into 25-26. And so when we put the salary savings in the budget, I actually did the difference. So I added up the 4 positions, and then I figured out the cost of the underfills, and netted that, and that went into the budget as additional salary savings for the public safety division.
Okay. And I just want, again, it was kind of rough. So if we did just position to position, not titles, 4 vacancies turned into 3, right, for the cost of the 4, and that's nearing 400,000 per those 3 that were hired. And does that include their overtime pay? Or is that just kind of their average base?
No, the amount of money that was put in was just based on their base pay plus whatever stipends they might be entitled to, but then overtime is completely different, separate.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. And then I had one more, but I have lost it. So I think that's it for right now.
We can always come back.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Hi, Chief.
Hello.
My only question that I had was about the motor training and the advantages of having an officer on a bike versus in a car. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah. So if any traffic division is going to have motor officers, it's primarily going to be made up of motor officers. They're easier to get around. They can sit in areas cars can't. A lot of people, our cars are we have a hard time coming, like cell phone violations, seatbelt violations, right? We're very big, large cars. Motors are very agile. They can get there, and their focus is traffic generally. But more of it is just the ability to get through traffic and sit in places where cars couldn't and watch traffic and monitor it. So,
do you ever see us having bicycle officers?
Yes.
we have bikes currently, and we have a Euro motorcycle squad we're trying to get together for our creek banks and stuff. We show fully staffed, right? That means bodies. That doesn't mean trained bodies. We have people in the academy right now. We have people starting the academy. We have people in FTO. So having the bikes is one thing. Putting a person on that bike is sometimes another. But yes, I mean, in a perfect world, having all of it. But I haven't seen that perfect world quite yet. Trying to get there.
Okay, thank you. So let's stay on that for just a second. What are our other assets besides motorcycles and cars? And bikes? Do we have any, like ATVs or anything along those lines that we could utilize to go up the creeks and such like this?
No, we have ATVs. We have the electric bikes, which are useful in that. And as I said, you met Officer Ratcliffe a while back, and he is a pretty terrific motocross or motorcycle rider. So he has taken an interest in getting the actual dirt bikes up and running, which he did. He's now in training with one of our sergeants, so that we can start putting a team together so that we can maybe do some overtime stuff on our creek pass.
Right, and kind of a follow-up, have you articulated a rollout plan for this when you do have the appropriate staffing? Have you thought about organizationally how you're going to, supplement motorcycles and cars with bicycles and creeks and all this stuff that we're talking about?
So I can tell you right now, as I sit here today, we have started our shift sign-up for next rotation. We have assigned currently the two motors, the new motor officers are beginning in August or late July, are scheduled to go. One will go Monday through Thursday, 6 to 4. The other will go Thursday through Sunday, 6 to 4. So we're going to we actually have a spot in the shift for them to be traffic motors, motor officers, not assigned to patrol, and do traffic 7 days a week. That is currently in our shift sign-up.
Okay.
The dirt bikes.
Yes.
The reason we're doing, the first stage of that is the training. First stage of that was to get them in shape, which we did. They've been gone through completely, they're ready to go. And then get the people trained, which Officer Ratcliffe has taken an interest in that. So he's doing the training right now so that he can start putting his team together. And once that's done and he's been signed off on it, then we'll move forward on figuring out how to schedule those creek path trips. So.
And per the union contract, is there any change in pay when they perform those duties versus?
For motor officer, yes.
Yes, correct.
But
there is?
Currently, I don't believe the dirt bikes are called out in that separately.
Okay.
Because that's not a specialty assignment.
Okay, all right, I was just curious. So before I go into Measure H, can we go back to the slide for calls for service, please? Yeah, so the 2024, or do any of those numbers include the safe team responses?
No.
Okay. Okay, so if we took what you said for the safe team, we had a presentation about a month and a half ago.
Right.
And we add them to the 38, that would be the total calls for service.
Right.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's go into Measure H. So what other things can we pay for with Measure H besides bodies? And first, let's start with, what about the retirement accounts and pension and stuff like that? Are we still on the hook for all of those benefits, or does Measure H make the contribution for that as well?
So I will allow our director to address the benefit side, and then I'll address the other uses of Measure H. Please.
Perfect.
So the way that the funding will work is when we assign a position to Measure H, everything associated with that employee will be charged there. So all their salaries, all of their benefits, if they work overtime, all of those things will hit the Measure H budget. The UAL payments, those are generally paid out of the general fund. We haven't really thought about that. When we had officers in the casino, we have not charged UAL there, so that is something that we may have to consider. But one of the things that I was planning to do as part of our maintenance of effort was to pull the UAL out of the general fund so that when we calculate it, that is the number that goes up and down. And so I'm planning to pull that number out so that it's not considered as part of the baseline costs. But we would have to look at whether or not it would be possible to transfer some of the UAL, because that's generally for past service, the UAL, and these are new people coming on, and so theoretically they wouldn't have individually a UAL associated with them as individuals.
Thank you. And Madam City Manager, you wanted to talk about the other question?
Yes. So there's actually different types of services that can be or eligible costs through Measure H. there's, some emergency management, also addressing wildfire prevention, also capital projects. So I know the chief mentioned that he has a proposed staffing plan of 9 employees. However, we are also looking at how do we share this? We know that we have capital needs. Obviously, these bodies need to be on an engine, they need to be on a firehouse. And so when we look at this funding that we have available, and in your budget right now, we're anticipating about 3.3 million. And so there's a combination of, again, staffing, but also addressing, in what condition are they going to be working, and what's the condition of our fire stations. And so we are, in fact, doing kind of similar to what you saw for the general fund. We are doing, a 5-year projection for Measure H so that we can start identifying how do we start addressing the condition of our fire stations. I understand the department wants staffing. However, in the event, because again, Measure H is tied to sales taxes. And if the sales taxes does not materialize, I wouldn't believe that we would want to start laying off people because of the fact that we are not getting enough money. And so we're going through that evaluation of, how we're going to expend this money, and then looking also at the needs within each of the fire stations and even equipment as well.
Perfect. And what a blessing, Measure H. It couldn't happen at a more convenient, at a better time, right? So glad I voted for it. That's all my questions. Samantha, did you? And then any of the other council members?
One of the ones that I had, I guess what I was trying to figure out. So we established that it's just under 400,000 in terms of salary for a first year. But if we add, and this is more for people to kind of see how we voted for Measure H and how it can be spent. So it looks like for recruitment, training, and a first year, that $4,000 is how much I was told it costs for a public safety recruitment. But that's because it also includes background investigation and medical. So it's a lot more involved than a non-public safety position. So 4,000 there, Academy's 25,000, and then if there's a 5% differential, so that's if they're doing a night shift, correct? Is it still at 5%?
Yes.
So Measure H essentially could cover just under 500,000 for one first year PSO.
And I see Jamie is coming to the podium perhaps to
sound
answer
right?
that question. She's chomping at the bit.
I just want to make sure we all understand the measure we're doing and where our taxes are going.
I just want to clarify the 1 year cost for a PSO who's being hired as a trainee in the academy is approximately $140,000. That includes uniforms, fully loaded, everything. So just to clarify that piece, which is what Betsy has in the budget for Measure H for those 2 folks. That price obviously increases in year 2 and changes when they're a PSO funded with all fringe and benefits.
Mm-hmm. So I'm missing 140,000 here on my calculations. I'm trying to understand that.
I don't know if I fully understand your math yet. I apologize. And Betsy, I'm not trying to step on your toes. I just want to point to what we provided for funding for Measure H. Can you give me your numbers again, please, Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yeah, so this is based off, I just based it off of those 4 vacancies that turned into the 3 underhires.
There's 4 so I think there's maybe a little confusion. That might be it. The 4 vacancies, the deputy chief, lieutenant, and 2 sergeants, are underfilled with PSOs currently.
Yes. So when I took the 4 and then the dollar amount that was listed, all I did, I just calculated those all together. So wasn't looking at the title, and then divided it into the 3 underfills.
There's 4 underfills. I think
this
that's maybe our
document says
confusion.
3.
There's 3 overhires, 4 underfills, just to make it really confusing. I apologize.
Okay. Yep.
We have
3.0 authorized public safety officers. So I think what I'm just trying to get at is kind of what is a rough amount of how much we invest in a first year hire?
140,000.
Total.
Yes, ma'am.
Including
academy, salary, everything.
Yes, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And please, council member.
Yeah, thank you. I also wanted to ask, it's just a clarification for the constituent to try to understand what is happening since we're talking about the budget and stuff. So we're gonna be spending this money, right, to hire officers and train them, but we cannot obviously force them to stay. So how are we gonna be in the future? Because we know that we invest for the gain of the public safety department and our constituents. So how are we gonna be protecting those investments that we're gonna be putting into people, and at the end of the day, they just leave and leave us with another round of spending more money? Does it make sense, the question? Yeah,
Yes,
that's
the
what
question
you
makes
asked,
sense,
yeah.
and it's the same for any position, whether it's in public safety, whether it's in development services, whether it's in public works. People have choices. I mean, even the same manager, I mean, you can decide to go somewhere else. There's different reasons why somebody would leave employment. I mean, we can leave employment because compensation. We don't feel that we're fairly compensated. The work environment. So there's a variety of reasons. Obviously, for public safety, there's a lot of demands, whether it's, a public safety officer or a dispatcher. So I think, like the chief said, we cannot hold somebody hostage to working for us. They have to basically choose to work for us.
But we are investing the money.
That is correct. Just
so
like
that's where I'm trying to understand, how are we going to protect? Because we are investing, and the constituent will be looking, well, you're spending this money, we are not benefiting. So what are we, the city, or I don't know, the attorney should have been here, like to protect also the money that we're going to spend? Because if I am in my house, right, if I want to spend something, I want to make sure to enjoy it. But if I can't, how can we protect that? I'm just trying to, because I'm not going to feel comfortable to spend the money knowing that it's not going to benefit our constituent in the future.
And I think you're using the proper word. It's an investment, just like we invest in stocks. I mean, look at what's happening right now in the stock market. If you place a certain amount because of the environment that we're in, we could lose that money. So I think you have to see that we are investing in our personnel. If they stay with us, that's great. And if they have, I mean, we have officers that have been here for years. And so, it just, at the end of the day, it really is a personal choice of whether, I think the other side of this is we know that in law enforcement, there's options. I mean, Measure H is a good example. You're going to have basically a lot of the agencies here in Sonoma County hiring. And so there's a lot of choices. The same thing with, the police departments is people have choices. And yes, and it's not just common to City of Rohnert Park. You have this in other communities where you become a training ground and you train them. They stay with you for 1-2 years. We've seen that happen in our own agency, and they go somewhere else. And so, again, it's really, yes, we're investing in them. If they stay with us, that's wonderful, but we cannot force them to stay with us. And Chief, I don't know if you want to add anything else or elaborate. I
was just going to say, when we, have to give a lot of credit to Lieutenant Matt Snodgrass and Sergeant Frazier and the recruitment team, but, we don't look at it as just recruitment. We look at it as recruitment and retention, right? Recruitment is the investment we're making in to get them in here. Retention is what we do to keep them here, right? So, it's kind of it's a partnership. It's like a relationship, right? You move into a relationship, but if you're not happy in a relationship, you move on. So we're always trying to figure out ways to make sure that relationship stays strong, and we have the retention part of it also. I mean, believe me, it hurts us when we bring somebody in, we train them, they get out on their own, they get their feet under them, and then they leave, right? It's because we say strong investment walking out the door. So, it's a two-prong animal. You gotta recruit good people, but then you gotta find ways to retain them. Otherwise, you're just going through that vicious cycle.
I was just going to say,
part of that question because I believe I asked it earlier. So you'll ask the city attorney so that we kind of know if there are any parameters for some sort of recovery. I don't think we can return their specially fitted suits and vests. But also to my colleague's point, 4,000 just when you look at it hurts a little bit more than an $850 amount, but it's also more detailed and a lot more to go in there. And again, I want to highlight only 2 of 15 isn't bad. And I believe that anybody, whether it's public safety or not, I don't know how to say this in a better way. It's exhausting constantly training people because that affects the morale, it affects your efficiency, it affects everything. So I think that number right there shows us how much the team really works on the recruitment and retention portion of it, which I'm happy to see. But I always like to explore if there is an option, if there's a loophole that we can find, or some sort of recovery, right, is better than nothing. But if there's nothing, then we know there's nothing. So once we can get the city attorney to let us know, that'd be appreciated.
Yes, and we can definitely, we will explore that, but I also wanted to just share that typically what agencies do, which I believe we do here, because I don't know if you, this, we have hiring bonuses. So in a lot of cases, depending on how you distribute and at what point in that public safety officer's timeframe, it's tied to a certain timeframe for them working with us. So I mean, there's an encouragement there because you have the signing bonus or hiring bonus, and so that helps us to kind of encourage them to stay with us, a little bit longer. But yes, we will definitely explore the question that you just posed. Thank you.
And I'm going to stay on retention for 1 second before I recognize Susan. I just want to give a compliment to Director Cannon's department and all of the things that she does to create a positive workplace environment and all the different things that we do, to retain employees. And it's a credit, to you guys as well. So we really do appreciate that. Susan, please.
Thank you. You kind of took the words right out of my mouth. It's not just the public safety department where that union, where we have people who come and go, right? Every single employee in the city has the option to be trained here and then leave, or start somewhere else and then have us recruit them away, which we have done, by the way. The other thing, too, is I think I agree that we do, from our perspective, a great job of retention. But we need to make sure that we keep doing that we don't give them a reason as we have in the past, to go looking around. So we need to do everything we can to encourage them to stay. I'm very happy with the things that the chief's doing in his department, and that's kind of what the direction you were heading, so thank you.
Yep. And before we wind up, I think I can speak for the whole council to say how impressed we are with Public Safety Department and all the things that you've accomplished since we have been all on the council. So we are very grateful to you and very grateful to the department. And please tell the gentleman in the back in the suit there that I said that as well. Thanks, Chief.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's glad I made it back in time or not. I'm not sure. Yeah, yes, thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we have Public Works is next. Welcome, welcome.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Shall I get started or? Okay. First, just wanted to go through, I have a bunch of slides. We have quite a few divisions in Public Works, so this is just a gloss over, our general services and utilities division, and then I'll talk about the CAP separately. But we did quite a bit this year already in-house. We, for the first time since I've been here, did some substantial road safety improvements in-house. Our streets team has some very talented folks, and we were able to work with our associate engineer to come up with a design ourselves and make some safety improvements to Bodway and Valley House this spring so people could stop, go to side showing or potentially. And then just some improvements to a median near a new restaurant, depot, office or commercial building that was harder to see, so we made some safety improvements there as well. So you can see the picture on the left is on Business Park Drive. where our team did some extra striping and delineation. And then on the right, we sort of closed in the Broadway Valley House intersection to make it more narrow for folks to drive through. Some other accomplishments is we took over the maintenance for Griffin's Grove Park, which was accepted by the city in July of last year. It has a couple of bocce ball courts and a shade structure. It's a passive park, which has been a great addition. It's about 7 acres that we've added to the city parks. And we took over Keyser Avenue maintenance and 5 Creeks streetscape. And so those streetscapes are unique because it's not just lawn, they're actually stormwater drainage features. So they have to be hand pulled. So they had to strategize on how to fit that in to the other parks that they're maintaining. Another accomplishment that came to council a couple months ago was we adopted an active transportation plan in sync with our regional partners to have a county-wide active transportation plan. So that's a huge accomplishment and a good planning step towards improvements that we can make, as we do our preventative maintenance projects, to include some of these plan elements in there. Another accomplishment that we're wrapping up now is we received a grant to install 3 fire cameras on the east side of town. And we just finished installation and are closing out that grant now. So we've received, I believe, all of the funding except our 10% or 20% retention, which is good news as well. We also did have, it was around a $2.7 million pavement preservation project that happened last summer throughout the city. We finished our 10 miles of rehab for sewer and water lines in the southwest part of town. And we completed a tree condition inventory citywide this past year and presented to the council in January or February. Some goals that we have and will probably continue to have for years, maintain grant deadlines for awarded projects. A lot of these projects that we have are multiple steps to get to the actual even construction of the project. Here we're showing a picture from the Highway 101 pedestrian and bicycle overcrossing. Their feasibility study is a rendering of the Butterfly Bridge. And now we're working on, through a grant, to do the actual design and environmental. And then outreach as well through another grant to the community to get to the next step. Some goals this year also will be to break ground on a new playground. We demolished the Civic Center playground in the center of town, and we have funding in our CIP to complete design and install a new one. And we're doing community outreach now with community services on that. And then also with renewing our refuse contract, we need to also complete a sustainability plan for waste diversion as we have some challenging, multifamily situations that it's hard to find a spot for compost specifically in those areas. So that is a summary of a few of our goals and accomplishments for Public Works. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a pause there, and I'll turn to my colleagues.
Are you going through other areas in Public Works?
Do you want to wait till the end?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to wait till the end, and the
Well, I mean,
and the council will
everybody doesn't have
compile
to wait
their.
for the end, but
Okay.
I don't have any yet, I guess is what I'm saying. Maybe somebody else does.
Hey, Councilmember Elwood, would you like to wait too, or you want to? Okay.
I just have one.
Sure.
Because you mentioned like some mitigation, correct? I think it was the first slide.
Okay.
Essentially what I wrote down on here. So the wildfire prevention, and I know we just touched on it on the other part. So would something like that qualify? Like if one of the Public Works folks went and was making sure that, high dry grass was cut down, is that something that could potentially be like billed through Measure H or like a project that could, since it's wildfire
yes.
prevention?
Well, I guess wildfire mitigation is eligible. I guess anytime there's questions of whether something's eligible, we check with our attorneys or
Yes.
actually the attorney overseeing that program. But we would definitely ask, because it would seem that it would be appropriate, because we are preventing potential fire in our community. And so, in fact, we have discussed about if we were to have a contract for that, whether it's in-house or whether it's contracted services, it's achieving the purpose of what we're trying to do, but it's just, is it eligible? So, good
Yeah.
question.
Or
Yes,
some of the
it's
tree
on our list.
maintenance,
Absolutely. Yes. No, thank you.
Okay. Council member, or do you want to wait till the end? Please continue. I'll ask the questions at the end.
Okay. I'm going to go through utilities next. So actually, I'll just go through all of those divisions because there's just a few slides. So accomplishments and goals. For the entire utilities team, we're really driven by our mandates that we have through the state. For the most part, we have quite a few that have come down in the last year that we've been talking about for several years now, coming to fruition. We have the largest one is a cross-connection control policy requirement. We have to come up with a plan to better protect our public water system from private connections. It's required by the state to be submitted at the end of June this year. So we'll be coming to council. We've been working on the plan with a consultant this past year. So that's things like multifamily residents that have fire sprinklers for an apartment complex. They have what's called a backflow preventer or a prevention device. And the state has given us some new requirements for what meets state standards and what does not. So what we were tasked with by the end of this year is coming up with a plan for over the next 10 plus years to address those deficiencies. So that's what we'll be bringing to council before July 1st.
Can I ask a question about this? So I may have misheard you, but you said public connections or private connections to public hookups. So is someone out there hooking into Rohnert Park's water supply that hasn't called us up and said, I'm going to be using some of your water?
Oh, no, I apologize. I'll clarify.
Okay.
Like a private connection is like a residence. So we have our utilities in the street, and those are public utilities. Once it goes past the water meter that's on the sidewalk usually, then it's considered a private connection.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So another mandate that we have also due in October this year is creating a new sanitary sewer maintenance program. We have to do this every 5 to 6 years. We received a new permit from the state for our sewer system last year, so we are updating our maintenance program, which is what we follow to do all of our day-to-day cleaning of our sewer lines, and we have a program to get through many of the sewer lines over the course of 6 years, and then some of our more routine ones, yearly, monthly, weekly if needed. So that's also a goal to finish by the end of this upcoming year. And then also we have some additional time-sensitive sampling that has come from the state. So we have what's called UCMR 5s, which is PFAS, lithium, and a few other things that we now need to sample that we have not had to do in the past. And we have to also report the new sampling and issue it to residents as well, what the findings are. A goal is, every year it's more and more, but we do take over 1,500 time-sensitive samples per year with our water division. And another goal is just planning for all of the water quality regulation changes that we see coming in the next 5 years and working at a regional level to address those. So that kind of wrapped in all of the utilities divisions. We do have for our sewer system, we have 90 miles of gravity pipeline, and then we have several force mains. Those are pressurized lines that go to the sewer treatment plant, which is the city of Santa Rosa's. They actually treat our sewage, and we just pump our sewage from the city there. We have 3 pump stations and over 76 miles of private sewer lateral connections and 9,000 service connections. And then we also inspect many, many, many miles of our sewer main annually. That's what full-time a couple people do all year long, which is necessary. And then I'm going to hop right to recycled water. So we're one of the biggest city users of recycled water. We purchase it from the city of Santa Rosa, who treats our sewage, and then it comes back as recycled water to us. Our big users are Sonoma State University, and then both of our golf courses are irrigated through recycled water. We have over 48 recycled water sites, and we recently added actually Redwood Crossings, which has been open for a while, but we just added them and did their testing to add them their recycled water. And then Adega Apartments Phase 2 was added this last year. And okay, shall I stop here for utilities questions?
Yeah, why don't we take a quick pause and see if there are any questions with regards to water, sewer, recycled water before we head on into golf course.
Is this your last part, the golf course? Is the golf course your last?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
then I have long-term goals and then a CIP presentation.
So some of my questions are about the budget numbers, and some of them are about CIP projects, so.
So we should probably hold those to CIP.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
I'm good.
I have a question
please.
about, so the recycled water, you said SSU uses some of it. Is that like a revenue for us?
Yes, because they're a client, and so we do collect revenue from Sonoma State for the recycled water.
And do we have, given their current status, any projections of that reducing? And how that could affect us?
Well, so I know that we
it's a
do
revenue,
assess
then there
what
could
the
be a loss.
projected usage is, right, Vanessa? So we do calculations and all that, but I don't know recently if we have considered any of the reductions that they're going to have on campus. So
Unless they close buildings, they actually rely on recycled water for their fire system and their, I believe, maybe some of their plumbing as well as their landscaping. We haven't projected any reductions because it's required. We do give them, it's a pretty reduced rate from, because they purchase quite a bit along with Foxtail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Question, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, please.
With all of the additional mandates around water testing and reporting, does the actual report out to residents still happen at the same time as our annual report would have gone out, or is it creating an additional report? Like, is that new report time sensitive, or does it come out with everything else?
It's time sensitive for some of these. So we did just issue in the utility bill some water sampling results because we had to issue them within a certain time frame, which was different than our normal consumer confidence report that goes out once a year. So it is
So it's not
additional reporting.
It's not creating an additional mailing, but it is creating an additional piece within one of our existing mailings, which is their water bill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Okay. Golf course pretty quickly. So we, every year we do fund tree replacements, usually through the tree in lieu or some other funding source. And then also cart path replacements. So we continue to do those on an annual basis. We work with Foxtail to decide which cart paths we want to replace. It's usually around $20,000 to $30,000 worth, along with tree replacements. So that is it until our long-term goals, future goals, which was an item.
Did you finish the golf course?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question
One
about the golf
slide,
course?
yeah.
So a while ago, the golf course came, I think you were the director at the time, the golf course came and said, we want you to give us money for sprinklers. And we kind of got close, and then COVID happened, right? So that would have been 2020. And then I thought the golf course came back and said, can we borrow money and we'll pay you what you're getting in interest someplace else, right? And then I don't know what happened to that. But are we talking about the golf course and doing any work on the south course as far as the irrigation and all of that? Has that come up in your studies?
We have been talking with them constantly over the last year and a half about it. Regarding that, we did recommend funding some consultant services to just assist with, they have a few things coming up. They do have an extension or a lease renewal coming up, and it's in 6 years, but just to think methodically about all of that together, we did have a request for consultant services in the golf course fund this year to help with that conversation.
How much are those fees?
We request $35,000.
Okay. So in 6 years, we're going to renegotiate the golf course contract? Is that?
They have an extension that's allowed in their current lease.
Going to exercise that? You think?
They've definitely expressed interest.
Okay, thank you.
And then per council request, we did come up with, these are wish list, pending funding or resources for long-term goals, future goals. And I think a lot of public works departments are thinking a lot about things like deferred maintenance and trying to address it before failure. So for the city specifically, we do have we have one very long sound wall on Southwest Boulevard that the city owns on both sides. And then we do have one near the community center, in the back of the community center. So just addressing those aging sound walls. We're making steps towards that. We did hire a consultant to come up with recommendations for how to address them. That's a small portion of what's needed to actually make it happen. But we did that as part of our Southwest Boulevard project. And then also continuing to address some wooden streetlight poles that we have in the city. These either seem to get hit by vehicles all the time or just are deteriorating. So we've done, I want to say 2 to 3 phases of replacement projects at this point. We have one more phase to go. So we're making progress, but we're not quite there with replacing all of these. They're mostly J and H sections. Addressing our deteriorated pavement. So beyond what we can do preventative maintenance for, we don't currently have resources or funding or a strategy there for those roads that are just beyond anything we can do preventative maintenance for. We do continue to request and program into our 5-year CIP, replacing our asphalt creek path with concrete. So that's another project that's ongoing. Aging playgrounds is something that we have been trying to address, but to sort of get a plan in place is our next thought. So in our 5-year CIP, we did request to do a study to kind of get that replacement program in place for all of our playgrounds. And then addressing our public building infrastructure, things like HVAC units, roofs, to get to the point where we're replacing them, right when they're at the end of their useful life and not many, many years afterwards. So that's on the wish list for the city. And then also we do want to look at, emergency resilient improvement projects. We work with our water regional partners to regionally try to come up with strategies to help each other out, but we do have our own well sites. We have our own sewer pump station that we want to make sure is resilient to things like earthquakes or other impacts. So, and also creating emergency access, like the Holly Fauna Bridge has come up in a local hazard mitigation plan, I believe, and then it also would help us reach our active transportation plan goals because it's in there, as well as a pedestrian bicycle bridge regional connection. Getting that last piece of the Copeland Creek Trail that would connect Forestville all the way to Jack London Square would be the Highway 101 bike and ped crossing. So that would be a long-term goal to actually install that or construct that one day. Undergrounding, the remaining electric overhead utilities that we have. mostly in A and B section, and then we have a little bit on Snyder. We used to receive funding every year from PG&E. It was about $80,000 a year. And, that program's sunset. So now it's just a question of priorities and resources again. And also, we would love to be able to work with the community more on community-led traffic calming projects. There's a lot of opportunities, but it does take a lot of city resources to work with the community, come up with a project, do the design for things like little mini roundabouts, or if you've seen other cities, they've actually closed off, unsafe left turns and that type of thing. So that would be a long-term goal for us. Getting our PCI for our roads that are in good shape to 70 or greater. We would love to address the flooding impacts that we have community-wide. We did get a cost proposal, and that's, I think, later in the slideshow, for what it would take to just come up with a plan that had short-term and some long-term solutions, as well as just camera some of the storm drains. Right now we don't do that. We do visual inspections, and we actually don't get a camera in there. We don't have a camera currently. So that would be something we would love to address as well. And then we would love to better address the user group needs for some of the field prep that we have at our parks. Right now, we can maintain things at a recreational level, and it would definitely take more to upgrade to a professional level upkeep of our fields. And then also just more thoughtful sustainability measures, as there's so much technology that's changing and so many opportunities, and being able to thoughtfully plan those out for the next 10 to 15 years. So that was just the small wish list of long-term goals.
You have a very big and broad department. And we'll start this off with Councilmember Adams.
So I'd just like to start to say by saying on your very last flyer or slide where it says more thoughtful sustainability endeavors. I don't know how more thoughtful you could possibly be. You practically named all the trees in town. So I think you're a pretty thoughtful group over there. I think you're thinking about all the things that need to be done, and you have so much money, and you're trying to figure out what's the best use of these funds for these problems. And generally, I'm with you. I do have a couple of questions, however. This is for Betsy. And we talked a little bit about this the other day, Betsy. So if you go to Public Works, the first go around there, page 1, 2, 3, 4, page 5. So, and I'm sure there's a reason why you pulled this out of here, but all of a sudden you've got Public Works, Building Maintenance, Admin. Are you just dividing them out by groups? Because this one's, and then the next one, the changes is 100%, 100%, where nothing was in 23, 24, 24, 25.
So are you looking at the buildings?
Starting with Building Maintenance, Admin, Public Works, Buildings.
Sure.
Public Works, Park Maintenance, all kinds of big numbers over there. And then Public Works Maintenance.
Okay.
You must have been doing some moving around.
Exactly. So what had happened was a couple of years ago, it was thought that it would be a good idea to take all of the buildings and put them into an internal service fund. And the internal service fund would then charge the general fund for the buildings. Unfortunately, that wasn't the best solution. So an internal service fund is supposed to set rates, have charges for services, and it can't only support the general fund. It would have to also be supporting other internal service funds or other enterprise funds. So all of our buildings are actually paid for and maintained by the general fund. So one of the things that was necessary to do, and I did work in conjunction with our auditor on this, was to make the decision to move all of the buildings back to the general fund so that, first off, we're not sending monies back and forth because there's no need to. The general fund pays for all of the general fund maintenance of the buildings. Therefore, we don't need an internal service fund, and I needed to close that fund. So that's why you are going to see in all of the departments, not just Public Works, where they have a building, we have put those buildings back. And back in my old days, we did have that structure. So if you were to go back and look at an old budget book like fiscal year 1920, you would see that all of the buildings were housed where they belonged with each department. So for example, the sports center was with community centers, right, and the pools. So we had that structure and then it was changed. So this is putting everything back so that the general fund simply pays for the building maintenance and we aren't moving monies back and forth.
And that's the same through all these where that's been done?
Exactly.
It's the same thing. You just moved it from here and put it back over there. Okay. That was my first question. The second question is, how do the enterprise funds, or should I say, do the enterprise funds pay for any of those? Like, for instance, sewer and water is an enterprise fund, right?
So remember yesterday I told you that I wanted to re-implement a cost allocation plan for the city?
Of course I remember that.
So the way that we capture that is for the buildings that houses the staff for sewer and water. As part of the cost allocation plan, we actually look at that and we divide either by the number of FTEs or the square footage, and that is how we capture it. So when we do the cost allocation plan, we take those facilities that houses them and we split it up between the general fund and the enterprise funds, and then we charge accordingly through the cost allocation plan so that they pay their fair share of the building costs.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. My next question was, Vanessa, you talked about community-led efforts to do some projects, resources for community-led traffic calming projects and other kind of projects. Like what, have we done any? And when you say community-led, is that my neighborhood coming out and saying, this is the problem over here, we all want to get together and take care of it? How does that work?
Either that or us seeing maybe a pattern of accidents or something, you know, with pedestrians, difficulty crossing, things like that. It could be either.
So sorry.
And we led that effort with the roundabout that's near Adrian or Arlen. There's that little mini roundabout there as like a pilot project. And then the first one we're actually bringing, if we can keep the funding, is our Safe Streets for All. It's a few mini roundabouts in that community. We did meet with that community to talk about it along Adrian. But we don't have a lot of resources to meet with folks and come up and strategize with safety improvements, engineering safety improvements.
Well, and just to kind of kind of leaning into my next question is, we already had a little talk this morning about the CIP project. You went out to bid to find out how much it would cost to evaluate the flooding in H section and Rancho Verde.
Citywide, actually. It's
okay,
citywide.
Mm-hmm. Those would be the two. Would you say those would be the two main ones, or are there worse projects elsewhere?
For flooding?
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely worse areas too. The whole Copeland Creek corridor, Wilfred Channel.
So out front here was one of them. I remember two people were out almost in rowboats. Where is that? Did you show it in here and it was taken out?
I think that's in the slide deck a little bit later.
You're going to show it to us in a little while? Okay, so my comments about this being, especially for Rancho Verde in my district, I'll let Jackie speak for hers, but in my district, to me, this is a public safety issue. There's water taller than some children out there when it floods. So that's probably not something for us to be discussing now, but when we get to the end, we'll talk about that, right? Okay, let me just see if I have any other questions. I know we talked about a little bit about Measure H did we decide that any Measure H dollars come to Public Works for anything?
So at this time, I mentioned earlier that we are doing similar to what we're doing with the general fund and obviously the money that we get from the tribe. We are doing a 5-year projection because when you look at the $40 million deferred maintenance that we have on our building condition assessments, basically there's recommendations for all of our fire stations, probably with the exception of maybe the new fire station that we have. And so we are also going to prepare or propose an expenditure plan for that funding. Whether it's, we start saving up, setting aside the money in reserves to address capital projects, or, even consideration for a bond. Potential other cities within Sonoma County that have this money are considering bonds to be able to either build facilities or be able to just improve their facilities. So that's work that is going to be done.
The threshold for bond passage is so much lower, right? Isn't it 55% or?
So this would be in terms of lease revenue bonds where you go out to the market and get the funding and then you have debt service associated with it.
Okay, so not an election bond?
No, this is
even better.
totally, which brings us to this point, and this is why our fiscal health is so important, because when we go out and actually, Director Holst mentioned yesterday the best practice from Moody's, because those are the credit ratings for agencies. And so the better credit rating that we have, the better rate we get. And so, that's why we're trying to make sure that we address the fiscal side of the house so that those are options for us moving forward on addressing some of these issues that we have.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Susan. Jackie? Okay. Please.
I would, a little bit to the flooding. I know we talked about even here, City Hall's been evacuated a few times. So we see that a lot in District 1. And kind of in a little bit of the same breath, not in flooding, but that sound wall, I know I've mentioned before, but when I think of things like an earthquake, San Diego just had a 6.1, and someone's walking down Southwest Boulevard, the risk heightens, especially if we own it. So I'm glad that it's up here. It's not always a guarantee, but it's good to see and get to thinking about, and then hopefully we can, at least I can attempt to reach out to PG&E and say, what else do you got for us now that that's sundown? Because that would be very helpful. They take a lot of my money. So, no, I really do appreciate the work and effort that's been going on. So thank you.
Vanessa, do you remember offhand how many miles of sound wall we own? I don't remember from your presentation several years ago, but it's significant, right? Okay.
I think it's southwest from the roundabout to Country Club Drive, and then the community center has one behind it. It's like 100 miles or something.
This is just back to one of the projects that we had approved with the solar on the library. I was thinking about your thoughtful sustainability endeavors. Can you remind me, we're still doing that this year? The Sparkle Center.
We were just talking about it.
We were, they're giving me a schedule. They're in design right now. They're still expecting to be done. 2027 is the end date. But the sooner they can be installed, the sooner, right? Their power purchase agreement goes into play, and then they start also profiting from it. So I'm getting a schedule at the end of April for construction from them.
Exciting. And then regarding the camera scoping of the drainage systems, is that something that would be like year-round, or is it a season? Just since it's on the wish list, I was curious to know a little more about it.
We'd want to do it during, seasonally. We wouldn't want to do it like right after. We could do it right after flood events, and that would be useful for some areas, but more likely preventatively before the flooding season to camera and clean what we find if we find anything.
That seems like a cool thing to share with another jurisdiction. Or maybe the library rents them out at this point. I don't know. They seem to rent everything else out. But yeah, that just seems like something that everybody could benefit from, but maybe not everyone needs it year round. Be a cool thing to share. Okay, those are my questions.
not really many questions, but Rohnert Park is very unique, right? The way that it was founded, the way that it grew, the development, every section had a park and many of them had a pool. And now we've got over 100 acres of parks and multiple pools and all of these amenities for our residents. And it's mind-boggling how you can, keep on top of it all. I don't think I know of another jurisdiction that has quite as many amenities as Rohnert Park does. And just like we've mentioned with a lot of other things, it's, very helpful. I mean, this is where I'm going to give a plug for Adopt a Park, right? There are many groups and many organizations that have stepped up and have adopted our parks and have helped us. So this is a great opportunity for somebody out there to adopt our new passive park over there at Griffith Woods, Grove, rather. And so no questions. I understand what you're up against. And more to come on flooding and those other topics for sure. So thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
And now I'm moving on to the capital improvement plan portion. So we did a presentation back in February, so I have some slides from that presentation, just a few highlights. So the CIP, we have a 5-year CIP here, so it's a multi-year planning tool to help coordinate when we can, the financing and scheduling of major projects based on forecasted revenues. We update it annually so we can receive appropriations for this upcoming fiscal year, and then also plan for new things that we either need to do or would like to do as a city over the next 5 years. So we're really, really focused on just addressing what we have as far as assets. We are very quickly working on the City Hall roof and HVAC replacement to put it out to bid and get under contract this summer. The roof has leaked for several years here, and also some HVAC units are in need of replacement. We also are replacing portions of the public safety main roof. They have some patios that are leaking, so they're second-story patios that are leaking into the building. And through the help of our partners at the library and a grant, we are able to address some urgent electrical, HVAC, and fire system upgrades at our library that we own and lease out to the library. We are also really looking to invest and do a large project for our preventative maintenance for our streets to keep and hopefully in the future increase our PCI. We're looking at addressing over 100 streets through some treatments that are very light, like slurry sealing, and then a few heavier treatments in some areas, and doing some overlay projects, asphalt overlay projects. As part of the requirements, when we do like overlays, we have to replace, if there are accessible ramps that are out of compliance, we have to replace them. So we're doing over 50 curb ramps with this upcoming project to bring them up to accessibility standards. And also, as a separate project, beautifying Southwest Boulevard. In our CIP, we also are supporting planned growth. We are either out to bid or very soon here going out to bid for the traffic signal that'll be installed at the Keyser Avenue and Snyder Lane intersection. That'll also add some sidewalk on the east side of between Keyser and Lawrence Jones Middle School. And then we have several traffic projects throughout the city, including Rohnert Park Expressway in Redwood, the Highway 101 and Golf Course southbound ramp, Commerce, and the 101 northbound ramp, and then constructing the rest of Dowdell Avenue from Golf Course Drive to Business Park Drive, and then re-coordinating. So we have coordinated traffic signals currently, and we'll need to re-coordinate them so the flow of traffic, so you're not stopping at every light, so you can actually get through at the end of all of those projects again. So we also like to try to use other people's money when we can, if we can get an opportunity. So we do, and and we're working towards completing phase one, which is design of basically replacing our 2 oldest water tanks and several wells that we have that are in need of building upgrades and electrical upgrades and controls upgrades. So we've submitted a request for additional funding to do more than what we originally were going to do through FEMA. So it depends on where FEMA goes there. But we are almost complete with phase one. And then also the Copeland Creek Detention Basin is funded through the BRIC grant through FEMA. And we also have another grant for the design and environmental for Highway 101 bike and pedestrian overcrossing that we're working on right now. And so this year we really are just trying to continue a lot of these long-term projects and not add a lot of new projects because they do get added throughout the year anyways, operationally when there's a need. Our team does all of the construction contracting. So this year, we're really focused on awarding and getting that trail to Crane Creek Park and traffic signal into construction, to be complete in the next year. We're also, if you're looking at the slide, the second project and the last project, we actually combined that in the budget book to be just one large project that uses a lot of restricted funding. So our gas tax, Measure M, Bond 3, very restricted funding, but to get a boost to our preventative maintenance program. And then we're continuing to request to fund our traffic signal system, non-routine maintenance, and then needing to continuously fund our transition plan for our buildings. So any ADA improvements, we do have to show progress in making improvements to all of our city buildings each year. And then we are showing funding our portion of the Adrian Drive Safety Demonstration Project, which is a Safe Streets for All grant funded project. That would overall be a project amount of $1.1 million. And then for utilities, we would be doing this. We're requesting funding to complete the second phase of our A section sewer upsizing. So we have an old undersized sewer line that currently we ended that first phase in Commerce Boulevard. So now we just need to run the line from Commerce and Arlen to Avram. And we just needed more funding to complete that phase, so we split it into 2. We would like to start the design of our next inflow and infiltration project for sewer. So we just completed the B section phase 1 project. And now the next oldest sewer lines that we have are actually shown in C section that are showing that they need rehab. So we'd like to start the design for that project. We'd like to continue to put funds into our water meter replacement projects. We're requesting funding to start the design of upgrading our control system for water. Some of this is state mandated for security reasons. We do have to upgrade some of our security and controls. We're requesting funding to start doing some water pipe condition assessments so we can get a strategy for where we should start replacing water lines over the next 10 years. And also do an irrigation audit for all of our parks so we can come up with a strategy or a plan for saving some recycled water potentially, and also upgrading our control systems.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Would that also include the median on Country Club, which I believe was initially designated actually as a park?
I believe it is a park, so it would be part of that audit.
Okay, thanks.
And those are the projects that we're proposing to add for this fiscal year. And then if you wanted to look at the 5-year CIP, we do have it a draft in the budget book. Thank you.
Thank you. I will turn to my colleagues.
Thank you. Can you go back to slide 137, please?
Let's see.
So do we have any idea the cost of each of these things there in the budget book, right?
Yes,
On what page?
these are
In the CIP?
yes, it's towards the back. Let me find them.
So I'm just trying to find the library, electrical, HVAC, and fire system upgrade. So is it, Betsy, if you can help me out, it's in CIP.
So it starts on page. There aren't any pages here. Here is, I just don't know what pages.
Are you looking for the City Hall one?
I'm looking for, starting out with the library, the city hall, I mean, we're gonna pay for the city hall roof to be replaced and the public safety main roof to be replaced. I'm talking about the library, electrical, and HVAC.
They're on the third page of the
CIP,
spreadsheet.
right?
It's on page 5. Oh, wait.
Oh, you're in the, okay, I see where you are. Okay, could not find that to save my life.
And the budget is 1.955.
So the library, electrical, HVAC, and fire is how much, 1 point what?
1.955.
And how much of that is the city of Rohnert Park talking about paying this year in 2025, 26?
We have that in our detail sheet. Let me find it. It's right here. So we have 1.12 million from the state library grant, and then about 800,000 from different funding sources from the city.
So my first suggestion would be, we just voted on a library measure. I guess I want to address this to Betsy and Marcella. I think we need to go ask for this $800,000. We're talking about $800,000, right?
I'm sorry, it's for, the library's giving us $420,000, and then we're contributing the same on our end.
So we're contributing 420 and they're contributing 420. Did we already negotiate and agree to that?
We did.
Yes, that was a commitment that was made when the grant proposal was,
Correct.
and we split 50/50, the match.
I remember that, but I'm shaking my head because I remember at the time thinking we shouldn't make that agreement. Look at all the money the library has right now. They're swimming in cash on their measure, and there's $420,000 right there. I mean, and I don't know, is this all going to be done in the 25-26 budget year?
It will likely go into construction, yeah. So we wouldn't spend it all, but we'd be under a construction contract.
That we did before.
I understand, but I'm just saying, I remember when the gentleman was sitting here, because I was sitting over there shaking my head thinking, and that night we said, well, let's just say yes, because we're going to go through and do the grant, and we don't want to stop that. It's like, well, no, we're still on the hook for $420,000.
So what I would suggest as it relates to this project, yes, we can always approach the library. In my estimation, as we start going out to bid for these projects, there probably will be either we're going to be over budget in terms of the engineer's estimate. So I think at that point is we can have that conversation with the library. They, obviously, I think they're open to assisting. Now, we know what the certainty of their, their measure is for the extension of their sales tax, so it's a different conversation now. So my suggestion would be that, obviously the project's going to go out to bid, and if it comes over the engineer's estimate, that we have that conversation with the library.
Well,
Other needs are going to come up, and I think the library situation, I think, is part of a greater conversation that, local cities are having. And so that would be my recommendation, is that, we allow the project to move forward, the bid, and then depending on what the results of that is, then we can definitely approach the library.
I guess as we're starting to look at these things, especially these capital improvement projects, we have this range of capital improvement projects in the city. All of these things need to be done, right? And some of them, I will be honest, I haven't taken the time and gone through. I wouldn't know what would be like, this absolutely has to be first, and this can be moved down at the bottom. I mean, if I had my way, we'd put a thing up here and move them up and down until we figured out what the priorities were. That's her job, and I trust her to do it well. However, in my district, I believe we have a huge public safety issue. There is standing water out there when there's floods higher than the little children. And I think that is a danger that we need to address. And again, I will let these other fine council members talk about their districts. But over in Rancho Verde, is it Rancho Verde that we're talking about? Rancho Verde. Yeah, Rancho Verde. Something needs to be done about the flooding over there. It's been going on forever. The library, electrical, HVAC, and fire system upgrades, yes, that needs to happen too, but is it more important than taking care of this flooding issue? I don't know, but I think it's something we want to look at. So that would be my first thing. And my second one is, can you go to slide number 142, please?
Yes, which one?
142.
I'm sorry.
Do you want to
really
make a comment?
Yeah, just really quick. Is it correct? Actually, I'm going to ask the question, but there's not an attorney here. When we're talking about HVAC and stuff like that, does that fall under like working conditions? Yeah. Because I get what you're saying, Councilmember Adams, in terms of the public safety issues, not just with flooding in your district. We talked about it here with our whole staff has to exit out of here, and they've done it twice already, right, in less than a quarter, along with other streets, and we've got the schools and whatnot. But I also want to make sure that we're not stepping in and saying we can hold on HVAC if that's a rights while we still have them.
So and keep in mind too that I really commend our staff because we are always looking for other people's money, as you know, obviously Director Garrett mentioned. In this case, we had the opportunity. There's no way that the city right now, or even back then when we submitted this application, that we had almost $2 million to be able to do this project. And so for us to leverage our contribution of $450,000, it's a pretty good leverage that we have if we're able to address this HVAC and this electrical work is clearly stated for that library building. And if we can jointly do that, so far, right, and it was at risk because we had initially received a letter that with the condition of the state budget, which could also be on the chopping block. Mm-hmm. So there's no guarantee. Yeah. And so maybe the state will make it easy for us and free up that $400,000, but we don't know at this particular point in time. And so that's why we're moving forward with the assumption that the money is going to be available to us. But if something happens, we will not be able to proceed with the project, and we don't spend the $450,000.
Currently, is it correct? Please correct me if anybody remembers that this branch is the most visited branch in the county.
So we definitely have I don't know how we compare to other branches, but there's a lot of programming that happens there. We also obviously, have residents from Cotati that come and use our library. They're very active. They have a really robust programs that they do there and services. So it's pretty active.
Okay, and I ask that because I think on the flip side, just to give another point of view, that's also a public safety help in terms of there's some people that need or kind of go to the library when there's high heat because
Yes,
there's
it serves
air
as a
conditioning.
cooling center and warm center. That's correct.
And given their programming, there's some families that feel safe there when they don't have a safe home.
That is
as well,
correct.
and it's close to our public safety. So I'm not diminishing what you're saying, because I get what you're saying.
I don't feel diminished at all. However,
Pay more taxes, and so what is the return, as we talked about yesterday, right?
Samantha, our council is better because of your perspective. And I say that with all sincerity. So I appreciate that. My question is, when we went to Cotati, how much did they put into this $1.9 million? So we've got 1.12 from the state and 840 from divided between us and the library. What's Cotati's share of that? I didn't get that number.
So Cotati did not provide a contribution, and this is a conversation we had back when we presented this project to the council. And so we were very clear that Cotati was not providing a contribution. Obviously, their funding situation is such. So like I said, I mean, at this point, there's no certainty too that the grant funding is going to be there. I mean, we had received a letter that it was not going to proceed, and yes, go ahead and proceed. So it's kind of like federal money that we're getting. I understand, like I said, I understand the library conversation is a much broader conversation that all cities are trying to have, and we're all trying to get more from the library. I understand that. But like I said, the project could possibly require more money. And yes, will we have a conversation with the library? Absolutely, we will. If at that point we cannot cover that shortfall, because if we do need to provide additional money, there's no way that the city would be able to do that. So the project might die on its own.
Well, I'm looking for a specific amount of money to take care of flooding in the rest of the town, which I'm sure we'll have others. So
Perhaps I can help you.
I beat that horse to death. Go ahead. You got $500,000 for me?
So let's talk a little bit about flooding in Rohnert Park. So Sonoma Mountain is 2,400 feet, and it's comprised of 3 watersheds. Some of the water goes down into San Pablo Bay, some down to the Petaluma River watershed, and a large amount of it goes to the Russian River. It comes all the way down the Copeland Creek, all of it, and it hits what's called an avulsion site. Once it hits that site, it spreads out into an alluvial fan. That comes all the way down into Rohnert Park. Some of it wants to make its way straight across the Copeland Creek and go and flood the mobile home park. Others, when it hits the bottom, it goes north and it spreads over to Homewood. In the day, before there was no development, what would happen was that alluvial fan would turn into vernal pools all over the city of Rohnert Park, where it would eventually filter down into the aquifer and go to the Laguna de Santa Rosa. So what you're talking about here is no simple endeavor. Having said that, Vanessa, as she pointed out, has a grant, a FEMA grant, for an increased water retention basin. So the philosophy is going to be to slow it down and to capture it and then to sink it. So what staff is doing right now feeds into what you're talking about. They are making an attempt to mitigate the flooding in Rohnert Park by the retention basin from the FEMA grant, which now is at risk, and we will talk about that at the next council meeting. So I hope that answers part of your question. I'm happy to give you a deeper dive, but that's basically what's going on.
If you're telling me that there's a chance you could put a retention basin out in that field in front of H section that's going to slow the water down, that'd be great, because...
No, what we're talking about is the Anderson property.
Okay, higher up the hill is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, because that retention basin that we have over on the corner of Expressway and Snyder is... I've never seen a drop of water in there, quite frankly. Even when it rains, it's like there's a force field over keeping water out. It doesn't. That is
a complicated question, which I can answer, but we would be here for another 2 hours.
When that went in there, right? Okay, so let's go on to slide 142 unless anybody else, oh, you're there, okay. Yep. So here we go. Let's see. Of these projects right here, we have budgeted for, in the first, let's say, Trail to Crane Creek, we budgeted $2.8 million, right?
Yes, before this fiscal year. Mm-hmm.
So that money is in the hopper, going to be spent for that. How much of it has been spent already for 24, 25? Approximately.
I don't have that readily. I don't really have that readily available.
Half of
it would be, I can give you, we've done the design, so that was a good chunk of it, the environmental document, and then staff time. So I don't have a good sense. And then we did just award the construction contract for the trail last meeting.
And then the proposed funding, the 2.1, that's coming out of our budget?
It's a mixture of parks, regional parks, a budget amendment from our neighborhood upgrade, or our foundation budget for pathway replacement, moving that into this project.
Correct.
And then the rest of it is an ag and open space grant that we received.
So if you, just that one project right there, assuming, and I'm not wanting to move in any of those funds, but when do you suppose the trail to Crane Creek might be ready to be used?
End of 2026.
End of 2026?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the funding that she's talking about, the Creek Path funding, was a reallocation of $700,000 of Creek Path funding, which is basically, we're doing path funding, or just switching it.
Right, moving the funds around. Then the pavement preservation project, remind me what that is again, because you're not talking about around the creeks?
No, that's our roads.
That's just our roads,
over
our regular
100
asphalt,
roads.
okay.
Combining those two projects together.
So is that the additional $5 million that we've moved over? Or
So
is that
no,
in
that is
addition to that?
not. So that's a combination of gas tax, Measure M, Go Sonoma funding, and then we're using some of our bond funding that can only be used in redevelopment areas to bridge the gap for funding needs. So we actually don't have any general fund funding in this project.
Okay, good.
It's just infrastructure. We have 500,000, which is to be used for projects, and then all of those restricted funding sources.
Okay, and then we've got a 2025 pavement preservation project that we've earmarked 5.1 million. And then we've got a 2026 pavement preservation project that we've earmarked 4.8 million.
We ended up combining that in the budget book to be just one larger project, which has those funding sources in it.
Of $10 million, essentially what you're saying. Okay. And that is part of the funding that's required for obligation to the Federated Indians of the Great Rancheria?
That is not. That is
Has
just to
nothing do
maintain
with
our
any of that.
existing
This is
roads.
maintain our existing, okay, that's what I thought. All right. Then can I look at slide 143, please? So the water meter replacements, these are projects we're working on, right?
Yes,
Okay. Is this, the water meter replacement, is this citywide?
this is citywide.
And do we have all the gear ready to go?
No, we're not in construction yet. Currently, we are trying to negotiate with a vendor for replacing the 10,000 sort of meter infrastructure that we have.
So that $1.9 million is going to sit there for a year or two until we get everything ready to go? So there's $2 million right there?
And it's in water utility funding.
Which that can only be used for that?
Yes.
That's an enterprise fund, right. I'm just trying to clarify, some of these funds are stuck where they are. We can't just take them out and reassign them somewhere else. Okay. And explain to what SCADA is again, because I've completely forgotten what SCADA means.
Sure, that is replacing some of our controls that we have that they, kind of autonomously help out with the function of the water wells, right? They'll like pump the water from the ground without somebody manually having to be there and give alarms, if something goes wrong while we chlorinate the water and that type of thing. So it's upgrading that type of infrastructure, our controls infrastructure.
Okay. That's the end of my questions for that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Edward?
I don't have any question. However, I have a comment about the water meter replacement because that just, in my house, when public will come and check the meter, always say that I have a water leak. But just recently, my insurance went in and checked everything. There was no water leak. So I can't wait for that to be replaced. So I don't have that. That notification. That was just a comment.
Thank you.
Are there any grants, because you mentioned FEMA, that we have been notified that have been halted, that you're aware of as of right now?
You want me to?
Yes.
Do you want to talk about that? Or?
Yes.
Yes, in fact, we are bringing forward at your April 22nd council meeting, the BRIC program, which is the Building Resiliency Infrastructure Communities Grant, which is through FEMA. And we have received our letter already that project is, which is the project that the mayor mentioned about the relocation of the retention basins. So we're bringing it forward to explain to you where we are with that project. And obviously the 20 million plus project estimate that would cost now to be able to replace or build that retention basin basically east of Petaluma Hill Road. So yes, that's right now, that's the only federal funding right now that we have received official notification, well, yeah, knock on wood, that we have, that's at risk and we're not going to receive.
And we are working proactively with Congressman Thompson's office and Congressman Huffman's office to see what can be done about that, and we'll be bringing the agenda item forward on the 22nd.
Okay. And maybe if I, just for clarity, only because I know initially when we started our budget workshop, we talked about housing. And I believe that some of you may have participated in the Cal City's call with Congressman Huffman and Thompson. And basically they said, brace ourselves, that it's just incredible what is going on and to not count at this point with any federal money. They shared with us, and I'm sure we've read about it and heard about it, that the Department of Housing and Urban Development is getting an 84% cut, which basically means you're wiping out that department. And so, it just puts things into perspective for us that as a community, right? And I don't know how much we would, get support from the state at this point, that we're basically on our own. And that's kind of what, and I see some noddings of head because I think you participated in that call as well, that we have to basically, take care of ourselves, because at this point, there's probably not going to be any support at the federal level. And I don't know if you want to add anything.
Well, there was some public comment made earlier about not reaching into housing, right? But in a sense, we're doing in Rohnert Park some things that the county should be doing with housing. And is it appropriate for you to mention, since we're talking about housing a little bit, for you to mention that we're not a housing authority in Rohnert Park. And there are certain things that we can do and we should be doing, and there are certain things that we have been doing that we should not continue to be doing. And so that's kind of where those budget things come in. And I don't know when is the appropriate time to talk about that.
So I would say at the end of the department presentations, I'm going to talk about those contracts that we are affecting, which is obviously Share and Catholic Charities, and we'll be prepared to just respond to what does this mean? What does this mean to the participants that are obviously being assisted with that? So yes, there will be time to discuss that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Any other
I
questions
just
or
have
comments, please?
I just wanted to make a comment based on what the city manager said. I was in that phone call with Congressman Hoffman and Mike Thompson, and both really are fighting hard and trying to do whatever they can, but at the end of the day, we just need to be prepared for what is coming, because it's not looking good at all.
Okay, and I think that concludes it. So thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We are at the 2-hour mark. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll return at 10 minutes past 5. Welcome, Cindy, welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate the welcome. Oh no, I'm going to go as fast as Jamie did. All right. Now that we all have food in our teeth, let's move forward with community services. We're going to go through our accomplishments and goals. Before I get started, I do want to remind the council that the fiscal year is not over yet. So some of my accomplishments have not been accomplished quite yet, but they will be by the end of the fiscal year, starting with the first one, which is the completion of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. The council will receive a report at the April 22nd meeting on this draft for discussion and direction, with the goal of having it adopted before the end of the fiscal year. So these are department-wide accomplishments. Similar to Vanessa, I have multiple divisions within community services. So we have department-wide accomplishments, and then we'll go through the accomplishments of each division, and the same thing with the goals. So department-wide, you heard a little bit about this yesterday, that we partnered with the Human Resources Department to develop and implement an inclusivity program for all city employees with the creation of the Bridge Committee and presenting a belonging presentation to all city employees. This was done with our recreation manager, Tiara Warner, who does spend a lot of time in this space, both here in Rohnert Park and through the California Park and Recreation Society. One of our goals for her was to bring the work that she's been doing statewide to the city and to our employees. So you can see here, Jamie mentioned our cute logo. There it is. And then we have the acronym, what BRIDGE stands for: belonging, recognition, inclusivity, diversity, growth, and equity. And again, that is for our city employees. We developed the foundation to begin a subsidy scholarship program to provide access to community services programs to more residents, which you'll see more about in our goals section for 25-26. This is one that is also coming, implementing the first phase of our financial sustainability program for community services. We're hoping to get something to the council in May to complete the first phase of that, and then you'll hear more about this in our goals as well. For the Recreation Division for 24-25, we successfully implemented the Wreck the Halls event in combination with the Rohnert Park Chamber of Commerce Holiday Lights. Previously, the Wreck the Halls event was a standalone membership drive. This year, we brought it in combination, and it was on a separate weekend than the Chamber's Holiday Light celebration. We felt like enhancing the Holiday Light celebration by adding the Wreck the Halls event would provide the community with more opportunity to recreate within the Holiday Light celebration, and it was very, very successful. Also have to give a shout out to my team who did that for the first time with me on maternity leave. They did a great job. Also, last summer, we opened and operated all 3 community pools for the first time since 2019. So we were the first time we were fully programmed since pre-COVID. We also developed and implemented a non-exclusive use agreement for youth and adult sports organization, which enhances our partnership between the user groups. This came to council a couple of months ago. And we also partnered with the Department of Public Safety to create our Pride law enforcement chats for seniors, including Sprinkle of Pride event, which was very successful and well attended. We also reached the over 2,300 member mark at the Callanan Sports and Fitness Center, which is the highest membership we've seen since reopening in 2020 after the pandemic. We created a digital application for our food vendors to participate in our citywide community events, which resulted in us being either at capacity or above capacity for all events scheduled in 2025. Prior to this, we would reach out before each event to find food vendors. Now our application lists every event we have for the entire year and allows vendors to select which ones they are interested in. So we're able to fill our food vendors ahead of the season starting, which has been great. This is also a partnership. This can go to Public Works as well. Repainting the walls and replacing the sound panels in the multi-use room while we managed the project. Public Works came in and helped with us securing the vendors to paint, and we purchased our new panels so the community center has a nice, fresh look. Moving on to the Performing Arts Division, this fall we produced the highest grossing Spreckles Theater Company show in the history of Spreckles with Beautiful, the Carole King musical. It was a fantastic show. We also just learned, and we learned this post creating this presentation, that we were awarded an award for this one for best production in the entire Bay Area for a theater over 300, which we almost never get awards for. It is very hard for us to compete in that space because we're competing against equity houses who have paid professional actors. So this was a big deal. We also, in our In our accomplishments for last fiscal year, we said that we got 11 nominations from the North Bay Theater Critics Circle. We won 4 of those. We found that out this fiscal year, and they were all for Stones in His Pocket. We got Best Production in the entire Bay Area. This is for a theater under 100, Best Production in the North Bay, Best Direction in the North Bay, and Best Leading Actor. So that show also did very, very well. We increased participation in the Spreckles Theater Education Program. It's our acronym is the STEP program, and we did that by adding a part-time education director, which has really helped enhance that program. We increased it by double. We also eliminated our paper programs for the shows. So if you attend a show now, you'll just see a one-page folded, so with a QR code that links to a website that has all of the information. This has allowed us to use our sponsorship dollars in other ways rather than printing paper, which people just leave on their seats when they leave. We're also now able to link our sponsorship websites to the program as well. And then we continue to do this, but we have increased the diversity and inclusion in our programming for our rentals and casting and hiring of our contractors, which has been a really important goal for Sherry at the theater. In the Animal Services Division, we added the animal statistics to the animal shelter website so the community can view those. We renewed and licensed 2,000 animals after the implementation of DocuPet after over a year of no animal licensing due to the conversion of our new financial software. So this is a really big lift, and so far, so good. We anticipate that doubling by next year. We also created and implemented, we'll implement very soon, a new event called Bark in the Park in partnership with the Recreation Division to promote the dog and human bond. This will happen on May 3rd from 11 to 3 at the Community Center Complex. We invite all parents and their dogs on leash to come to this awesome new event. And then we completed the renovation of the laundry room remodel. That is wrapping up as we speak. That has been a multi-year project, and we are happy to finally have it almost done. Major goals for 2025 for the department is to implement phase 2 of the financial sustainability program. So hopefully the council is able to get phase 1 completed through our recommendation this fiscal year, and then phase 2 will really be looking at actual fees and how we will change our fees. So the first phase, you all had the consultant come to you and train you on financial sustainability. The first part is going to be figuring out what service categories we have within community services and what the recommended subsidy level for each of those categories would be. From there, we will then do an analysis of what that would actually look like for costs to different users and different service categories. And phase 2 next fiscal year would be to start implementing some of those changes in subsidy. We also want to evaluate and develop a plan for implementing year 1 goals identified in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and then implement a subsidy scholarship program for underserved youth in the community. For the Recreation Division, we want to develop a customized information packet for our facility rental program. So we really want this to be a very positive experience for those renting our facilities. We'll also be looking at fees as part of our financial sustainability program and some tiered options for what people can get in their customization of a rental of our facility. Goal 2 would be to increase participation in courses led by our independent contractors by 25%. Goal 3 is to pursue getting at least 1 part-time pool manager certified as a lifeguard instructor trainer. So right now we do all of our lifeguard instruction in-house. We certify all of our lifeguards in-house, and since we took that over in probably 2017, it has really increased our recruitment ability, because prior to that we had to hire already certified lifeguards. So now we can hire people who want to be a lifeguard, train them in-house, but right now we only have 1 person certified to do that, and that's our supervisor. We also want to enhance the community services booth at the city events such as Party on the Plaza to increase engagement. And number 5 is to explore options for revenue generating programs for the activity room at the Callanan Sports and Fitness Center. This is the space where Freddie Miles weightlifting used to be. It is now vacant. Right now it is used by public safety for training at times, but we would like to look at what revenue generating opportunities we could have in that space. For the Performing Arts Division, we want to increase subscriptions. So this is people purchasing the subscription to the entire season by 25%. We want to establish a free night of theater and offer affordable access opportunities. The free night of theater, just to clarify, I know we are talking about a budget deficit. This would happen on a day that we would not normally have a revenue generating show. So this could be like a Thursday, for example. All the expenses are already there. It would not dip into revenue necessarily. And number 3 would be to identify a potential storage solution for large prop pieces such as furniture. Currently, those are stored on the 3rd floor of the Performing Arts Center. And so our staff have to bring large furniture down the stairs in order to get them to the bottom floor on the stage. So we are going to be looking at different opportunities to store our large prop pieces. Whoops. For the Animal Services Division, we would like to research and explore methods to decrease illness among shelter cats. We have a lot of cats during kitten season, which started at the last week of March and goes through basically October. When one cat gets sick, they all get sick, and then we have a huge illness problem, and then we can't adopt the cats out until they're well. We want to update and enhance our volunteer training materials in our handbook, and then create in-house resources for improving behavioral challenges in shelter dogs. We have a lot of part-time staff and volunteers. We really want to help our staff understand how they can manage behavioral issues and prevent them from happening in the first place. Goal 4 is to create and share social media material on how to care for pets and pet/pet owner safety. Right now, we mostly utilize our social media sites for strays and adoption opportunities. We would like to start using that for more of a community education platform as well. And then promote and utilize the Positive Solutions Program to reduce the number of dog surrenders. Last fiscal year, we brought an item to City Council to accept a grant from the UC Davis Extension Program to be able to pay a behaviorist to go into people's homes when they think they want to surrender their dog. If they call us and say, this isn't working, they're chewing up the fence, they're terrorizing our neighbors, they don't like my kid, whatever the case may be, we have a grant now where we can send a behavioral trainer into the home and try to mitigate those behavior issues rather than having the dog be surrendered. Future considerations, not necessarily in our specifically handwritten goals here, but we have heard it enough times that we are considering when and how we could implement an annual Rohnert Park parade. What you see there is some potential ideas. We could do one before the RP Jubilee. That would have to start in 2026 because we're getting into the deep planning phases of this year. A standalone date associated with Rohnert Parks Incorporation, like fall of 2025, or a future date associated with downtown Rohnert Park, like the groundbreaking or the opening. We don't have a date for that, but whatever that was around the downtown would then could happen every year after that. And those are pictures from actual Rohnert Park parades from Founders' Days of past. That is it.
That's a lot. Councilmember Adams?
I think that show Beautiful was deserving of every award it got. And thanks to Sherry Miller for having the vision and the foresight to bring that in, and for your support of her for doing that. Now and again, I'll see a show playing and I'll think, I'm not sure who the target audience is for that. So maybe you can tell me, how do we decide what shows come there? And I know I'm not the demographic for everything, but what is the process by which you decide we're bringing Beautiful here, or we're bringing Stones in His Pocket, or we're bringing Mary Shelley's play here?
Those are great questions, and I will answer to the best of my ability because I do give Sherry creative freedom to select her shows. I do approve them. And sometimes I will get into the whys. I can say for Mary Shelley's Body specifically, that was a budget saver. Sherry had already done that show prior to coming to Rohnert Park. We didn't have to pay any additional actors. It's already part of her salary to be a director or in a show. So that was a great opportunity for us to have some savings in our budget for that show. An example is Stones in His Pocket. That's a local writer who wrote that production. And so we do try to do some experimental theater in our small theater. That's sort of what it's for. It's our experimental theater. It turned out to be a great production, and that particular writer does a lot with Spreckles, a lot of consulting, directing, and so that's why we chose that show. We've done another show written by that gentleman as well. I can't recall the name of it right now. And then we do try to bring well-known, well-named, popular shows here, and Sherry goes after those shows, but it is very hard to get the licenses for some of those. So Beautiful, she must have come to me 3 different times and said, oh, I think we got Beautiful. Never mind, we didn't get Beautiful. I think we got Beautiful. Never mind, we didn't get Beautiful. And then finally, when she had picked a different show, she found out from the licensing company that we did get Beautiful. So I think our goal is to always have a very well-known production at least once within our season, preferably twice. We want a big show in our theater that most people have heard of in the fall and in the spring. And Beautiful specifically wasn't the most artistic show we've done in the theater, but it was by far the most popular show we've done in the theater. So seeing how much revenue that generated and how much just feel good we gave to our community from that, our goal is to try and bring more shows like that to the theater in the future and do a little bit less experimental theater. We'll still use the small theater for that. Company is a very well-known show, which is why we're doing it. We fill that May slot with usually a well-known Disney show or a big well-known musical. It's not necessarily about target demographic by age or gender or cultural or ethnic. It's mostly about what do people know and what have they heard of. We would love to do shows that have been made into a movie. Rent, for example. Sometimes it's just hard for us to get the licensing for those. And there's other shows that we just don't have the actors within this county to be able to produce.
Well, that is a great answer. So do you ever look into other theaters in the area and say, that was a box killer, that was a great one, we need to, because I would have driven into the city to see Beautiful, and I actually refuse to drive into the city to see anything right now. But that was a great show.
Yeah. Yes, we do. But in most cases, we actually do the opposite. If we see that another theater has done the show, we usually don't do the show because we don't want to oversaturate the market with specific shows. So we will look at a show doing really well in one venue, maybe 6th Street or something like that, and we'll look at doing it in a couple of years after that fades. The JC is another one we look at. They do a lot of really great productions out of the JC, and so sometimes we'll want a show, and then we'll see the JC announce their season, and they've done a show we want to do, so we'll pull it from us doing it that season as well. We don't want to do the same shows as other theaters.
As far as the theater goes, I think I like the direction you're going. I think looks great. The Sports Center is looking really good. I think it's the best deal in Jimtown here.
I agree.
I don't think anybody can beat it, really. So I appreciate that. And I just, everything's very clean at the community center right now. It's very clean. Of course, the whole city's clean. If you see a piece of trash out, it's like, oh my gosh, that's a piece of garbage. That's how clean it is, right? But I just appreciate all the work you folks are doing, and especially in light of the fact that when you start looking around the city, you talk about water, the importance of water, sewer, public safety, finance, human resources, and then you've got community services over here bringing us all the happiness and joy, but also it's all so like a luxury, right? But I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question or just a comment, just to thank your department, along with everybody that worked with you for awesome memories that you have been bringing to this community that will live forever with us, right? And I'm looking forward to the future, and hopefully things will be a little bit smoother with what we are trying to accomplish. But I just wanted to say thank you.
Councilmember?
Yeah. Okay, first one. So you mentioned about the grant to help hopefully mitigate surrenders. So if I needed that, let's say, would that potentially flag that household for like a citation or something of the dog that doesn't intertwine with if animal control or public safety has to go out there or anything like that?
No, these are not generally these kind of behaviors.
Yeah.
You know, if you call the animal shelter and say that your dog has bit your neighbor 5 times, that's probably going to raise a red flag. But if it's behaviors that can be trained, those are the kind of behaviors that we're looking for.
Okay. I bring that up because if that's not being shared with the public, that might help, right, to show that the grant's working, because I think sometimes people are like, I don't want it taken away.
That's a great point.
And then when you talk about the theaters, you mentioned the JC, has there ever been any discussion or outreach in terms of partnering? I would say with Sonoma State, but they just cut their performing arts. And so how do we, like, I think they just did Shrek, of doing like, come check them out in Rohnert Park, right? If we had like a one-night feature of having potential productions kind of come in as well.
I don't believe that we have explored those kind of opportunities. We wouldn't be able to bring a show here because it takes a month to build a set. So to do a whole set and have a show travel for one day, that would be really challenging and not cost.
Make it worth its while.
But we could potentially look at, if it's a musical, coming and letting them do a musical review of just the musical numbers that don't have the blocking and the set and all the stage, or something like that. I haven't ever explored something like that, but there's no reason we can't look at what partnerships could look like across the various theaters. We have lots of them in this county.
Yeah, or even like some of the folks that perform at the Green Music Center, right? They might be one night there, but hey, if we can get them for a matinee here or a one night here, that might be worth.
Yeah, the performances that don't require a big set to be developed are definitely able to travel.
Okay.
Between
and then
venues.
How much, what's our return on investment for the events like I Heart Rohnert Park that's a week long?
Can you clarify what you mean by return on investment?
How much are you putting in and how much are we getting out of it?
Revenue or experience? Because we don't get revenue from our
I think we're talking
events.
about the budget, so it would be revenue.
So all of our events are funded out of Measure M, which is the sales tax measure for Parks and Recreation Services. So none of our special events hit the general fund. We don't currently charge for our special events, except for the Haunt and Brew Scare. So our specialty events that are designed for a very specific audience, a specific age group, those we would charge for. All of the ones that are open to the whole community are meant for all people. We don't have a charge for that because the county is paying an extra sales tax for us to be able to provide that additional service. We do get sponsorships, which help offset some of the costs, and we are always evaluating how we can get more partners and do more sponsorship opportunities. For the I Heart Rohnert Park specifically, that one actually is probably our least expensive of all the events because of how many partners we have in that. Our partners are the ones that actually pay for the goods that we give out, the swag. You see if there's a logo on it, like our stress balls were 100% paid for by the Rohnert Park Health Center. A couple of years ago, the golf course paid for all of our towels that we gave away. The Animal Shelter League of Rohnert Park did the bandanas. So when we're doing giveaways, we are not using our special event funds to do that. Those are all sponsorship driven, which would be our goal always moving forward. If we didn't get sponsorship for those things, we wouldn't do the giveaways. The rest of it is sort of an in-kind sponsorship of our stuff. So the free day of working out at the sports center, we offer a free week, 2-week trial anyway. So that's not really hurting our revenue at all by allowing that to happen. And then our partnership with the trivia night, we're using our partners in our breweries, the Parliament and Old Cas, and they actually give us the beer to sell as a donation. And so we're just earning revenue off of that. So it's hard to say return on investment. If you're talking about dollars and cents, we don't bring any revenue from the participants for our events. We get revenue from our vendors and from sponsors. But the return on investment for quality of life is very high.
So something like the Haunt and Brew, like you mentioned, like what would that be then, if that's a more specialized one that's not using Measure M dollars, as you said?
It uses Measure M dollars, but it brings in revenue. So that one, well, it doesn't use all. That's not 100% true. It uses partial fundraising dollars from the Sparkles Performing Arts Center and then partial funding from Measure M. And we try to cost recover that one at 100% of direct costs with our ticket prices. So that one doesn't impact.
Okay, and then, sorry, I'm jumping back to all the animals. So 8 months of the year, the kittens are sick? No.
No.
Not like one kitten is sick for 8 months. I mean, like, it sounded like 8 months of the year. There's a cycle of.
There is a lot of sickness among the kittens because we get them off the street most of the time. And during kitten season, we get litters of kittens that come in sick. And it is very hard to stop the spread of illness in a shelter where where animals are living in enclosed spaces right next to each other. We do have isolation rooms that we put the cats in, but in kitten season, if you come to the shelter, we can have 40 cats in the shelter at one time. It's very challenging. They're not always sick and it's not all the time, but when it does happen, it's like an outbreak, and that's what we want to help mitigate.
Is there any partnerships happening in terms of like spay and neutering to help potentially reduce that?
I mean, every stray that we bring into the shelter that we are going to adopt out, we spay and neuter. So
I guess my question is, before they even get in the shelter, that would.
Yeah, the cats are hard because a lot of the strays the litters that we get of kittens come from stray cats. So unless we're going to do a sweep of all the stray cats on the street and bring them into the shelter, which would require more money, more animal control, we wouldn't really be able to mitigate the cat issue as well as we do the dog issue. We do education for spay and neutering of our dogs. We have a program to help the community for low-cost spay and neutering of dogs. But the kitten one is a challenge that I would be happy to have ideas on solving.
And then possibly my last question, the parade. I think fall would sounds great because you've got the schools in session. I would even consider, partnering with Sonoma State when they're welcoming students that are coming into town. You've got a little bit of a higher traffic and people that are out of town to come and see something, and the community involvement with that. I like the idea of a groundbreaking for downtown, but that seems like that's a lot of logistics and a lot of red tape that might come into that, so more difficult. But I think if it was set in the fall, I think that's when it was originally, was in the fall. So it'd be kind of nice to go back to that. And if I understood you correctly, these come from Measure M funds, so it shouldn't be additional costs.
Can I piggyback off of what you're saying? I meant to make a comment about the parade too. The schools are in session in the fall, so the parade is all about the band. And if there's no band, well, it's just a bunch of wagons going down the street. So I would suggest that we maybe talk about doing it in the fall.
So what are we exactly going to be celebrating during the fall?
Well, it originally started as Founders Day. I mean, I'm open to changing it to something else, but I know I hear from a lot of constituents, this was something that was just a good community builder. I mean, our neighbors next door do butter and eggs, and you see that generates revenue. It brings other people in. We've got the SMART train with 2 stops. It helps boost small business revenue. So I don't know that it necessarily needs to stay with Founders Day, the name. Maybe it's Rohnert Park Day. I don't know, but that's what it was. So it's kind of a historical thing, and we don't have a lot of that left, unfortunately.
That was my question. Like, if we're gonna spend that time and include the kids, and it has to have a meaning, and instead of just doing a parade because we want to go back to Founder's
The
Day.
meaning is the foundation of this city. It's a historical meaning. At least that's the way I look at it. Butter and Eggs Day is something similar. The Rose Parade in Santa Rosa is something similar. And it's something that also helps build community, in my opinion.
So, if you don't mind, since we're on the subject of parades, in a previous life, when Dr. Armagnana was the president of Sonoma State University, I wrote a prospectus and purpose and overview of an event that I called the Spirit of Community Parade. And I actually had buy-in from the university, I had buy-in from the city of Rohnert Park at the time, and I had buy-in from the city of Cotati, and actually we had a council member from both of those jurisdictions and folks from SSU. The vision was to highlight and show, demonstrate all of the spirit in our community. And so the parade, the route of the parade, started actually in La Plaza Park in Cotati, and it went all the way down East Cotati and made a left-hand turn. So through Rohnert Park, all the way down East Cotati, made a left-hand turn up into Sonoma State University, then made a right-hand turn and washed out on what was the old football field there. And it coincided with homecoming in Sonoma State University in the fall. It kind of just highlighted, the vision was all of the community nonprofits, all of the athletic departments, all of the Rancho Cotati, but all of our assets, and put them on parade as Susan said, to demonstrate that for the community, and finished off in a great big party that coincided with homecoming, right? Which for SSU at the time was the basketball game. So having said that, I know that Founder's Day, because I helped with Founder's Day for many years, I booked the bands and ran the stage, right? Was organized by community members, right? It was Jennifer Wildermuth, and it was Sherry Lorenz, and Ralph Coda ran the car show, and blah, 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 right? And it was a wonderful event, and I agree with Councilmember Rodriguez, and I agree with you that some things, ROI means a lot of different things, and certainly something like that touches on a lot of different things, including economic development, right? And people, when they're in town, they're going to buy gas, they're going to buy food, they're going to do all kinds of stuff. So just not saying, I'm just giving you information, with regards to, well, actually, I'll hold and I'll defer to my vice mayor, and then I'll go on a different subject.
Can I just finish really quick?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That would qualify under Measure M, correct? So back to kind of all the other events, it wouldn't be an additional cost incurred.
I don't think so. Technically, the Measure M funds are for enhancement in parks and recreation services, so I would probably need to incorporate some sort of community event in a park after the parade. So it wouldn't just be a parade by itself in order to be eligible for those funds. We'd also be looking for lots of partners and sponsors for something like this.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, please.
I don't have questions, so you guys can have it.
So, in a spirit of all of that, so we already have the Rohnert Park Jubilee. Do you think that it's going to be a good idea to incorporate that to that event that is already have been going and add the parade? Because
I think any of them can be options. It's all logistics. I think before the Jubilee, what some of the other council members said with school being out could be tricky to get students to come back, especially the performance-based groups who move on to other things in the summertime. So that there could be challenges. The proposal of potentially considering it before the Jubilee is because we are already doing an event, we are already planning, we are already invested in that community event. So it would be less, it wouldn't be adding a whole lot to my staff to plan a parade on top of an event that's already happening because we're already in the midst of planning. Where the other two options would be putting more of a burden on planning to the staff for a new event. We would probably be looking at downsizing or eliminating something else that we do if we were to incorporate a parade as a standalone.
As you said that with the Jubilee, it made me think of the car show, because that's in the fall. So I'm wondering if maybe it could be joined with that, and that's a great partner that we have that puts together the car show and was outstanding last year, and I look forward to it this year. That's just a thought, because I do understand incorporating it with something else, but like you said, if we're looking at experiences, I can tell you right now, that's what I hear from a lot of constituents throughout the city, is that they're
We also
asking for
have
that.
a special event rental-ish. It's a fee-wavered event done by Sherry Lorenz that was done last year for the first time. It was a chili cook-off, and there has been some inquiry about the potential of her adding a parade. She may be interested in doing that. I don't want to speak for her because that was just an inquiry, but those are other opportunities. If we have some of our other nonprofits that do events and have expressed interest to us in adding a parade to their event, of course, we're going to look into that, because that then takes the burden off the city for planning and funding and all of that stuff. So we will also be looking out for opportunities such as that.
But the funding's coming from Measure M, correct? I don't want to confuse people, because you're saying funding as if it's separate.
Yes, but the Measure M appropriation is what the appropriation is. And so if we have an appropriation that we're currently spending out now, in order for us to do the parade, we'd have to eliminate another community event that we're currently doing. So if the city council wanted us to do everything we're still doing and also do a parade, then we would have to consider appropriating more funds out of Measure M, which is also utilized for lots of other things that we do in our parks system. So.
Well, that, I definitely
General
would say,
fund, no. Measure M,
okay.
yes.
I personally would say I'd be willing to look at other ones if it means shortening something, or maybe one becomes every other year, or maybe it switches with the parade. I would personally be open to that.
So in the same spirit, since we're going to be looking at the city manager office, told us yesterday that we're going to be looking at each department and try to figure out how to shrink here and move things around. So that's why I'm asking, because you will be asked to move things around or cut some things, right? So I'm just wondering, I mean, I love to have a parade, but I'm also being realistic based on what we are trying to do with the budget. You have the Measure M, yes, but it's going to last for a certain time too, and then after that, what's going to happen? But I'm going back to the Jubilee, since it's something that we are going to be doing every year. It's already set in stone. That is not going to move, right? Even when we are trying to move around, shift around events that will be cut. That one I know that it's not going to be cut, because it's something that it's there already. And so adding the parade to that make more sense to me, because then it's going to be there, while, for example, other events might be cut based on even the reality that we're going through here with the funding. That's just how my brain is just trying to figure it out.
I think for the process moving forward, today you're going to hear more about what the proposals are for savings in our budget. Right now, this is just a future consideration. I think once the council hears what we're looking at appropriating for special events in Measure M, that then we would come back as staff in the future and give you a full picture of all the budget, or all the events that we do, how much each event costs, what some potential options for a parade would be, how much those would cost. Right now, I've never done a parade, so I have no idea how much a parade costs. I know that the vendors, or the community members who did the Founders Day, said that they got $20,000 in sponsorships to run the parade and the event, but that's a whole event. That event was like 7 hours. So I think moving forward, we wanted just the council to know that we have heard you. We are going to consider a parade. We'll bring options back for you, and maybe we're able to do a parade with the current staffing levels within the current budget, but we won't know that until we're able to get into the weeds and evaluate what the actual cost would be. So I think moving forward, we would bring those things to you, including options to potentially eliminate or move other events to accommodate something like this. Does that sound right?
So, and yes, to Councilman Elward's point, we did talk about yesterday about the need. We have to do this, because especially for our staff, whether it's the 4th of July event, or, when you walk into City Hall, you see that really nice banner out there. Well, all of that requires people and money. And so if we decide to focus on something different, there's no question about it, we will have to eliminate certain events, certain things to be able to accommodate for this. Now, I know we've been talking a lot about Measure M. Well, that's expiring in 2028. And so if that money is no longer available and we want to continue a special event program, well, now we have to fund it from the general fund. So, I think this is what happens when we rely, on other funding. When it's there, it's great because we can count on it. But when it's not there, and if we want to do it, then we have to look at an alternative funding source. So as Director Bagley mentioned, this fiscal year is going to be about assessing, evaluating, the programs that we have, fees, services, and obviously our events as well, because we have to. Because if Measure M is not reestablished in 2028, we need to start planning for that.
I was going to say, just to that point, I would like to see at some future that, what is the plan, not just for a parade, but Councilmember Elward just said the Jubilee is set in stone, but if Measure M is done in 2028, it's not. So what is that, I guess, contingency plan moving forward for a later discussion?
And that discussion will continue on the 22nd. Yes, Susan?
Just when you come back on the 22nd, would it be reasonable to have Director Bagley tell us, these are all the employees affected by Measure M, these are all the programs affected by Measure M?
So I know you're talking about April 22nd. Let's be clear. April 22nd is just about reporting out on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
Right.
And so there's a lot, that's a 400-page document. When she's going to bring that information back to you is when she starts talking about the financial sustainability implementation, because to do that, it's like whenever you're justifying a fee, is you have to say, okay, why are you charging me more? Well, it's because X, Y, and Z number of hours to do this. So that's when she will bring that forward. It's going to take some time for her to, I believe I heard her say either, June or July, towards the end of the year is when you intend to start that process, correct?
Yeah, we're going to try and get something to the council at the end of May or in June for the first phase, which is really just service categories and what we think the subsidy level should be for each one of those service categories, which does not change the costs of anything. It's just the philosophical model that helps us then look at what the costs would be associated, and that's what we'll be doing in the next fiscal year.
Thank you. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thank you for that. I unfortunately have to excuse myself for a personal matter, but I did just want to appreciate all the staff for all the work happening, and I trust in my colleagues. So thank you, everybody.
Okay. So where were we? Yes. So first of all, thank you for the report. I haven't had an opportunity to speak except on that one item. Thank you for stuff you're doing with regards to the animal shelter. For a small amount of money, we get a lot of bang for our buck, and it's a beloved department for sure. I had to sign 80 volunteer thank you certificates, right, the other day, and it just said community services. You might have just right. All of those, and I looked at each Phyllis Transu, just all the different people who have volunteered, and who continue to volunteer, not only in the animal shelter, but all over, community services. So for me, that's part of the ROI, right? That's our culture. That's our core right there. So thank you. With regards to Spreckles, yes, congratulations, you've hit a home run. You might want to check out a website or a little organization called Pollster. And Pollster is a very interesting organization because it will show everyone from Madonna all the way down to traveling theater folks, and it'll show where they toured. You should have Spreckles listed on there. It'll show how they performed in each one of the areas by region and where they're going and what they're doing. By nature, performing arts centers like the Green Center or any of the other performing arts centers are extremely territorial, right? So they don't like to share a lot. And when it talk about some of these acts, or a lot of these acts, there are all kinds of clauses, right? So there are radius clauses, for instance. So an act that is playing at Luther Burbank or at the Green Center or one of the other lesser theaters, you may not be able to contractually bid on. You can't bid on that work. So, you know, there's a lot of nuance there, but check out Polster. I think, the city, I think it's probably like $100 for an annual membership or something. But I check it out all the time and look, I'm like, okay, where's Steve Miller going? And what's going on here? So it'll announce all the routing and the artists and maybe it'll give you an opportunity to diversify your program. And I know that your people are probably as territorial as everybody else, but you can also possibly do, if you're not conflicting with what's going on with Spreckles, this was just a thought that I had, doing shows with OPM, right? If you bring in an outside promoter, right, it's their dime. The way that works, it's typically an 85-15 split of the door, and then they make money on the ancillaries, and you might be able to work out a deal where you could get a comedian or some other type of an act over at Spreckles. You have pretty good capacity. What's the capacity there?
Just over 500.
Yeah, it's pretty good capacity there. There's a lot of traveling comedians who would fit that, that bill, and you might want to possibly look for, a local promoter who promotes comedy and such, and be able to make some money. And it's them taking the risk. It's not you taking the risk. So, so just thank you for all that you do. I appreciate it, and I just want to have a chance to just share that with you.
Mayor, can I add one?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So I had an idea. My children worked with the JC Theater for a summer, I think maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And, they build all their stuff there. And I was wondering, when they are done, sometime they get rid of, I wonder if you guys can have a sort of a deal, instead of you guys rebuilding everything, to borrow it from them, use it for some shows, and then bring it back to them. I don't know if it's doable, but that would be something in order to reduce also the cost of other things that you guys do.
Yeah, we've done that in the past. We actually purchased almost the entire set for Matilda from across the country from a theater company that had built the set and was keeping it. Most theaters, and I don't know how the JC works, but I know for our small budgeted theater, when we build a set, we tear it down and we reuse almost every single piece of hardware and lumber that we built that set for to build the next set. So we're not typically taking a set down and then discarding it. We're reusing that stuff, but it's always worth asking. Sherry's pretty resourceful, and if a theater has done a show we've done, I know we do a lot of costume swapping because those things also live with us, but it's definitely a good idea to make sure we're keeping track of what set pieces people are keeping that we could borrow.
You're welcome, and thank you, Director Bagley. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, what are next steps, Madam City Manager?
So our next presentation is our information technology, and I told Paul the reason you were the last one is because we wanted to make sure that our IT was here to be able to get us through these presentations. But no, I just want to...
So if it falls apart now, it's all on you.
So I hope everything works for you, Paul. So I just, I just want to give a quick shout out to our IT. They a lot of times are behind the scenes, and we see them behind the scenes, but if they did not invest in our technology, we wouldn't be able to do our job. So I really want to thank you, Paul, and your team for everything that you guys do. You're always there for us, and just, want to make sure that you know that you're very much appreciated with everything you guys do, okay? Thank you, and please, the floor is yours.
All right.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and City Manager. My name is Paul Cotter, IT Manager for our IS operations here in the city of Rohnert Park. My slides are going to be shorter than everybody else's. Just a quick overview of just a few of the items that we help support. Everything from the public safety, the Sonoma County Public Safety Consortium, which is a countywide public safety organization. Our Microsoft tenants, our servers, our phishing and anti-spam education, and as well as our information security. And that is our team right there in the middle. Our 2024, 2025 accomplishments, I broke them out into 3 topics. So it was reliability and security. We completed a replacement of all of our core network switches, so our main data center hubs. We did that early in the year. That was funds that were approved by the City Council over the last summer. And so we completed that in October. It was a lot of work, and it was all done after hours to mitigate downtime for city operations. And a big shout out to public safety for enduring our outages while we took them offline. We also implemented a modern network analysis tool. So that's just our ability to see what's traveling where on the network and if there are spikes or anomalies that we need to investigate or outages. And it gives a nice visual view that just makes it easy for us to dive into it deeper if something odd is happening. We have a new DOJ compliant system event and incident management solution. So they refer to it as a SIM. And it's a DOJ requirement for any organization supporting public safety. It's a repository of all events that are happening on your network, and it gives a one-stop shop to see everything that's happening or any events that are happening. So if there were to be an incident, there's not a lot of searching through random logs to find out what's going on. It gives one place that we can start to look at and see where things started to go bad that we can then investigate deeper. Just this last month, we replaced the UPS backup solution for the public safety building. And again, thanks to public safety for enduring our outage. They actually had to, we had to actually move dispatch up to county for the time period. So we took a Sunday that was identified as a best time. And in conjunction with TCOM, which is the radio management solution for all of the county, and county dispatch, so the sheriff's office, AT&T, and then public safety, we were able to move all of our operations up to county, replace the public safety UPS system, and we had a local contractor do that install with us, and it worked out really well. And so we were back up and running, I think, by 7 o'clock in the evening, and so everything was back in order, and it's a nice implementation. So we're not covered for any power outages or blips in our dispatch center, especially. And finally, we completed the wildfire early alert camera system installation. That was also mentioned by Director Garrett earlier, that Public Works did the camera mounting and installs in the perimeter. IT was responsible for the server hosting the analytics, and so that was stood up and everything's been tested and functioning. Functionality-wise, we migrated the city's SharePoint environment from an on-prem hosted solution to cloud, so it allows us to do more, provide additional resources, and that's where we're currently hosting our intranet. And our deployment of a new call center analytics solution, that's going to allow our departments to analyze call logs, call volume, wait times, calls to voicemail, anything that might affect our end user or our customer base, so we can get a high-end view of what's going on there. We recently procured a new IT service management or an asset management solution. So they refer to them as an ITSM or an ITAM. And it's a ticketing system. So rather than everyone just sending in an email and sorting through, we're going to have a more modern approach to a submission portal. It'll contain a knowledge base. It'll be able to give our staff the ability to look back at past tickets they've submitted. It's a really nice approach, and the asset management gives us better view of who has what, and it'll associate their devices with their tickets. So if we're having a consistent issue, it shows up easier. It allows us to track that. And finally, working with our dispatch while they were working through their CLETS audit, we updated our disaster recovery processes and to be DOJ compliant. So those were all new and submitted. So our goals for the next year, the camera surveillance system that we have throughout the buildings and the surrounding areas, We want to make sure that we are working along with public safety, with public works, and with IT to make sure that that system is maintained and is compliant with DOJ and national requirements. We have some of the cameras that are old, long in the tooth, or just are no longer compliant with the National Defense Act. They're brands that are not supported, and so those devices need to be replaced. And so we've been working with Public Works to identify which cameras those are, and we're working on allocating funds through IT, and Public Works is allocating work, staff hours, to make sure that those cameras are replaced and functioning. Our next network replacement is with our finance department, and so we'll bring a newer infrastructure into their building, which will help with their workflows, keep them up to date and secure. We're going to deploy a sustainable city building management control solution, so a new building access control solution that is not breaking and is still supportable. And then we're going to finish implementation of the new ITSM, the ITAM. The goal is to have it fleshed out and ready for production by the end of June so that we can do training with staff so that they're knowledgeable on how to use it. And finally, we're wanting to increase the use of multi-factor authentication. So Okta is our current ID management solution, but to incorporate more services that city staff access and make sure that that's secured for further protection. And that's it.
Well, I'm going to start off by saying that I don't understand a lot of what it is that you do, but I'm really grateful. And you've been very responsive, but I'll turn it over to my colleague seriously.
I got about 30% of what you said because my husband's an engineer. But after that, it was like, I'm sure my eyes started glazing over. What does ITSM stand for again?
It's Information Technology Service Manager.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, generally speaking, I can't speak for my colleagues, but things seem to run pretty smooth from my interaction with the city. And I think you and your team are very responsive when there is an issue. I do have some concerns about the whole phishing thing, because if it's even, I got it one, I think yesterday or the day before, I'm almost certain that it's legitimate, but the phishing warning that I got made it seem radioactive, and I just thought, I don't care if it's legitimate, just going, right? So how do you, what are the safeguards for that? Because I can't click on something and mess up the whole system. You obviously have safeguards beyond what I'm going to be doing. So what are those?
So we do have our phishing or anti-phishing systems in place that are supposed to or do look at certain components of emails that come in, and there are indicators that it's kind of like a checklist or a tally that when they reach a threshold will automatically quarantine or mark it as suspected. But with the use of AI and certain strategies, you know, as soon as you create the better anti-phishing product, the better phisher comes along.
Improve the bait, right?
Yeah. And so for us, it's a lot of education, constant reminders, training, and being available for staff to send those questionable emails to us so that we can take a deeper dive into it. And we encourage that. And I'm very appreciative of staff when they do send an email, even if it's legit, an additional set of eyes on a questionable email saves a lot of time for everybody. As well as a lot of the anti-phishing tools, what they'll do is they'll lock suspicious websites. And so our device is that if they reach out to a suspected malicious website, even if that phishing email came in and the user clicked on it, while that traffic is on the way out, the city's firewall and a couple of other utilities will block that communication on the way out too.
Okay. Well, I think the reason why the employees in the city, at least, and myself, the reason why I don't have any problem sending in requests is because you're very gracious about it, and so is your team. oh, this is no problem, even though you're probably being interrupted with something else you're doing, obviously. Is there anything the city's needs to do that you're thinking, oh, golly, we have a red flag here or an issue? I mean, I think we have, in our business, we have, layers of protections, and I'm sure the city does as well. But are you worried about anybody breaching the system, or you feel like we've kind of got that locked down here?
I would be remiss to say that, no, I think we're totally secure and I don't have a worry. We do have a lot of utilities and tools in place, and I think because we're really open and, like you said, gracious, that people aren't afraid to send or send questionable material to us. That there's not a feeling of you're bothering me.
Right.
If I were to ask for more, I'd just want 3 times the staff and really big monitors everywhere. But I think with what we have and what we're doing and the dedication of the staff that I get to work with, that I think we're in a good spot. And we're constantly looking at new tools and talking to our colleagues and cohorts and other organizations to make sure that the approach that we're taking is the right approach. And we continually review what we're doing and look at different tools and try different tools so that we have the right combination.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, because I myself just got a couple of phishing emails that I sent to the city manager. I mean, the email looked legit, but then when I read the content, I'm like, I don't know, I just need to send it to them. And then, sure enough, it was a phishing one. And I received that a lot. And so I wanted to say thank you, because every morning, though, I have like a pile of emails that get sent to that, it's a Barracuda network, the Barracuda network. And every morning I get like an email just showing what I can go through and what I can recognize, and those that I don't recognize, oh well, it just goes to the trash. But that helps, especially when you get like 50 emails a day. Sometimes you don't know which one is legit and which one is not, but the system that you guys have put in place actually helps. Me personally, it did help, because I remember about a month or 2 ago, I got an email and it was just, oh, click here. And I almost clicked there, and I'm glad I didn't. But by the time I was trying to figure it out, you guys already got it and removed it directly in the system.
Yeah, remediation.
So you guys are really being like on top of it. And I know that with the internet, the way it's going, it's a game of catching and, but you guys are on top of it. I'm really grateful too. And also thank you for fixing my password, I don't know, maybe 100 times. So, no, you're not bad. Mine was really bad. So thank you for being patient with us, because I know that sometimes when you're ignorant, it seems like it's forever, but you're like, well, the answer is right there. And I'm like, I cannot see it. But you're always being patient and helping us and fixing things. So really grateful. Thank you. And also thank you to your team.
Thank you.
No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, as I will reiterate what Jackie said, thank you. I've had any number of issues, and I reach out, and, sometimes I receive very oversized packets, especially from the bridge or SCTA, and we've smoothed that out too, and I appreciate all the protection, et cetera. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Brief break before we go into the next phase.
Another one?
Okay,
Yes,
so-
I was going to suggest a quick break, because we are getting ready to wrap up the final presentations. Obviously, departments have concluded their presentations, but now we're going to get into the general fund summary. And then the last component is going to be the foundation budget, which is a totally separate meeting that we will have to adjourn to. So I would really strongly suggest we get a break.
Okay. We will take a break for 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to bring this back to order, and before I turn it over to the city manager for her part of this, just a few comments and a couple of observations. So first of all, as we listened to all of the presentations, and quite honestly, I thought we could do this in one day, but I have to admit that I really enjoyed the presentations. They were educational in some cases for me, and so I really appreciated it. But what impressed me more than anything else was the way that the departments interface and work. The synergy in between the departments really impressed me. So many things that touches public works, touch public safety, touches all the different departments that we have, and I was very impressed by the way you all collaboratively work. Having said that, now we're to the meat of the agenda, the meat of the program, which is to right the ship, right? And as I mentioned last night, there's a natural ebb and flow. And we've enjoyed going through the flow, and now for a little while we'll go through the ebb, but there will be flow again. And so, I would just say to the community and to our staff and to council that the changes that we are making and what we're doing is necessary, it's prudent, we have a fiduciary responsibility to this community, and it's very important, and the task that the city manager has is that she has to all these balls have to stay in the air, right? And as you can see from the various presentations, there is an unimaginable amount of balls that she's keeping in the air. So she is a master juggler. So with that, I'll segue to the plan.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it very much, and thank you for being with us these hours to get this very, very important process, which is the development of our budget. So the next couple slides are going to be a reminder of where we left off yesterday, which is the general fund, and obviously the current situation with the general fund, but also when we go through this budget development process, our departments have an opportunity to share with us what are their needs, what additional requests do they have in terms of not only, in terms of supplies or equipment, vehicles, but also personnel. Now, when we first kicked off this process with our executive team, we basically, kind of had a preliminary sharing of what do we anticipate going forward with the budget, and we strongly encourage them to basically remain flat. And so as you can see, even with the flat type of budget, we're still at a deficit. And so, but we recognize that there's needs in the department. And so what the next part of the presentation is going to be sharing what those needs are with you and what was recommended and what obviously is not recommended because of this financial situation we find ourselves in. And then the final portion would be, or at least to end the general fund, would be the recommendations to basically address the deficit that we have. And then the final portion, of course, will adjourn to the foundation budget, which is not as lengthy as the general fund. So that's what's coming up next. So just in summary, we have, as we shared with you yesterday, our general fund is, in terms of revenues, 49.8. Our proposed expenditures at 55 million, and this is again with the recommended reductions that we shared with you yesterday, and of course our net deficit being 5.2 million. We will get into the options to address this as we move further along in the presentation. So we've been talking a lot about salary savings. You may recall we shared with you the salary savings. Well, these are the positions that we are looking at placing on hold and not or delaying the recruitment. So one is obviously in my office and the city manager's office, the assistant city manager, which at this point has been vacant for about 2 years at this point. But that gives us, as you can see here, a significant savings. And so we are delaying the recruitment. In finance, we have an accountant that's being delayed. In development services, there's a GIS analyst position that is going to be frozen. In public safety, the recommendation is records clerk. We did have an overhire in dispatch that we are not allowing. We're not allowing any overhires at this particular point in time in public safety, whether it's a dispatcher or a public safety officer, because we do need to have that savings. Also, the community engagement coordinator is being placed on hold. And then obviously we had an earlier conversation about the deputy chief, the 2 lieutenants, and the sergeants, which we are doing underfills for public safety officers. For Public Works, we do have a request, as our Public Works Director pointed out, their work volume, and it's not that the work volume in other departments is not intense, but they are with additional parks, with additional public right-of-way requirements. There was a request for a landscape maintenance worker, and then for community services, of course, various requests for staff, part-time staff in recreation, sports center, and aquatics. So the total salary savings here that we have is for 1.6 million. Now, moving forward, as
Mayor, can I ask a question for clarity, just for clarity?
We want to let Marcelo get through all this, but sure.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that these positions right now are vacant.
these positions are vacant. Yes, we are not
That was the clarity
laying
that
off
I wanted
anybody.
the-
No,
the
thank you for the
constituent
clarification.
to
Yes,
know.
and so these are positions that are vacant right now. Now, moving forward, if a vacancy becomes available at a department, I will evaluate that on a case-by-case basis. And depending on the need, yes. So we have set that process in place. So what are the additional requests? And these are broken out by each of the departments. So for city manager, we, as you know, we have, we do a community survey every, 2 years, every year, depending on the situation and what we want to survey. So we want to bring that back, and we are recommending that we work with Flash Vote. In fact, they have an interesting way of doing community surveys that we feel are going to be extremely valuable to us. And so this is a 3-year commitment for us, and we did provide that. Obviously, it's an ongoing cost, but it's for 3 years, and it's being funded. Finance requested a budget preparation software, which makes it a little bit easier for people to interact with our budget process. We're not recommending it for funding at this time, but it is a great resource to have in the future. And I really appreciate the forward thinking of the finance department, but for now, we're not funding that. There was also a request from Los Cien for their bridge program. I'm sure some of you have heard about it and are familiar with it, about $10,000. At this time, we're not recommending funding for this particular request. For development services, there was an additional $400,000 for on-call plan check. We are not including that additional request. In fact, this is one of the areas where we actually reduced in terms of operations. Now, again, depending on where we are with the budget, we can always revisit, and depending on, if our large project was to come in, we would consider those.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but when will we see the biannual budget review?
So that happens 6 months after our mid-year has basically elapsed. So we would do it in January, February.
Thank you.
Then for development services, there was some books that need to be purchased, obviously building books, about $4,000. Those need to be updated every, couple of years. And so we are recommending that. Obviously, it's important that we keep up with our codes. And then for community services, for the animal services division, they wanted some additional supplies and just different supplies for our staff there, $9,300. We did not approve that request. For the Performing Arts Center, obviously you just heard the great presentation about how they're doing and what they requested. So they requested for different types of equipment out there and also some flooring work, $18,000. We are recommending funding, but that's coming through the endowment, which is funding, a fund that we can use for these types of costs. For public safety, there's a variety of requests here. They are requesting to purchase 20 flock automated license plate reader cameras, $60,000 for that. We are recommending funding for this. We're also to support the flock cameras, and this is actually to support the cameras that were installed, which I believe has really tremendously helped the issue on Bodway and Valley House Drive. Not only that, but also the engineering solution that our Public Works did. In companion with that, I believe that, at least I haven't recently received any complaints about any activity going on over there, so it's really worked. So we are recommending the continued funding for that. Then There's a request to retrofit one of our K-9 patrol vehicles to just a regular patrol vehicle for $3,000. We're recommending that we do that. Public safety also, through a grant that they currently have a healthy snacks program. It's in obviously $10,400. At this time, we're not recommending funding for this. And then there was also an interest in starting a K-9 program, and at this time, we're not recommending funding for that program. There's also a key control lockbox that was made of $10,000 request. We're not recommending funding at this point in time, and also a firearms replacement fund that be set up for $30,000, not recommending that at this time. And then there's also some exams that need to be done for $5,600 that is being recommended for funding. And continuing on here with public safety, there was a request, and the chief mentioned the desire to start a traffic unit with motorcycles. We are recommending funding for this program. We believe it's extremely important for the department to have this. The great news is that we have funding in the traffic safety fund, so we can actually fund this program. So 2 motorcycles will be purchased from the traffic safety fund, and also motorcycle gear, and also we, as you know, because we have received in the past just complaints about traffic throughout various neighborhoods, so we are recommending that we purchase another speed trailer. Those do help in neighborhoods, and so we are recommending that we fund the purchase of another speed trailer. In terms of Measure H, which we've been talking about, as has been talked about, we are adding 2 public safety officers. And the cost for that is $558,578, and that's being funded. Again, it's easier to decide when you have funding available to you. So in this particular case, you see all the yeses for this, the request here, the drone program. Obviously, the drone program is going to have a rollout process. We know that community engagement is key whenever you are introducing a drone program in your community, but we are able to do this to support our fire services. So that's recommended for funding. Training, of course, different type of training, all of that being approved, and then also upgrades to our emergency operations center, $14,000, and then bulletproof vests, and then also some recruitment costs, because we know there's going to be some recruitment costs associated with the public safety officers that are going to be recruited. In terms of information technology, there was a request for a Microsoft virtual desktop infrastructure. We're not recommending funding for that request at this time. We obviously have a need to replace certain equipment. The division asked for $60,000. However, we're partially funding and trying to purchase and replace those desktop computers that really need it. And so we're recommending for funding $30,000. Same thing with the laptops. We're partially funding $10,000 of that request and just purchasing what really is necessary to purchase. Then DIFCA, this is a special revenue fund that we have to assist us with our communications. So there's a need to purchase an encoder equipment to broadcast our council meetings, our commission meetings, committee meetings. So $35,000, there's funding here, so we're recommending it for funding. Also, we're exploring, we're hearing a lot about AI and how it benefits, obviously, our operations. And so we are looking at possibly using software to translate our public meetings. And so we are looking at exploring this and funding it. Also, creating educational videos about the city government and just election process. That's a one-time cost of $75,000 coming from this special revenue fund. Then we have the request from Public Works. There's a request under the Division of Parks, and this is to purchase supplies to maintain new parks, a booster pump at Golis Park. We are not recommending funding at this time. Uniform purchases, no, not recommending at this time. That's tied to MOU, so we would explore that once those are obviously brought before us. Parks and streets, additional funding for traffic signal maintenance contracts. We're not recommending funding at this time. And then there was a request for additional tree trimming services. We're not recommending that at this time. For Public Works under the storm drain, this is where we have the request for that storm drain master plan analysis of $500,000. This would help obviously address some of the flooding issues that were talked about. Obviously, we anticipate that it could be up to 500,000, so there's no recommendation for this particular request. Also, looking at professional services for cameras to start cleaning some of the storm drains. This is great maintenance. However, it comes with a price tag of 500,000. And then also looking at 200,000 for consultant services for a camera inspection viewing of our storm drains. But you can see the price tag here. In this alone, it's $1.2 million, and we just cannot recommend funding at this time. Public Works Sewer, this makes it easier. Again, sewer and water, there's funding available. So the requests here are all being recommended for funding. A smoke testing at Cannon Manor, 50,000. Also doing pressure and flow monitoring, 150,000. These are all obviously, and you heard from our Director of Public Works, just to make sure that our public water obviously is free of any potential, contamination or anything like that. We're also funding 200,000 for a well rehab project, and also equipment purchases to be able to do some in-house work or concrete work of 35,000, and we are recommending funding for this. In terms of personnel requests, we did receive several personnel requests, one from the Animal Services to hire an animal shelter coordinator. There is some part-time assistance there, but in order to make this position full-time, that's why you see the net there. This would be a net increase, and all these positions come from the general fund. So at this time, that's not a recommendation for funding. The same thing with the Performing Arts Center. We know it's doing great, but in order for us to add any additional staff, this would all come out of the general fund, so there's no recommendation for any of these positions. Public Works also, working with development services as well, is asking for a city engineer. Again, this would come, there could be potential funding sources, but at this time, the bulk of it would probably be the general fund, and so we're not recommending funding for this position. For Parks, a Parks Maintenance Worker 3, we are not recommending funding for this. Now, these positions, which are being requested to provide support for sewer, water, and recycled water. So basically, these are enterprise funds. Again, this is funding that we do have available, and that there's funding that could support these positions. We are recommending that we fund them. You also heard from our Director of Public Works, all of the different requirements that are just coming, the reporting, there's just a lot of different requirements that they're dealing with. So there's a need for an administrative assistant. And there's also a proposed reorganization from a utility mechanic position that's been sitting vacant, and they have analyzed what makes sense for them. And it's being able to hire a cross-connection coordinator. And so you see the net there to the impacted funding sources of $29,541. So recommendation to fund these positions. In terms of vehicle requests, we did receive several vehicle requests from various departments, community services, public safety. These are all vehicles that are in need of replacement, and you'll see that basically all of the requests for vehicles, both with Public Works here, water, utility. And so here you see the motorcycles and the speed trailer. We have them here. Obviously, they're coming out from the vehicle, vehicle requests. The reason why we are recommending, $2.6 million worth of vehicle purchases, we are hoping that we are fortunate to buy these vehicles in the next year or so, because we do anticipate that as tariffs are obviously in effect, that the probability of us getting a lot of these vehicles for that price is probably going to be much greater, and we're probably not going to be able to, we're going to end up probably paying more in the future, so we're trying to at least, be able to see if we can acquire these vehicles in the next fiscal year. Questions, discussion at this point from this, or we can continue moving along, and
Sure.
or if I can pause.
Are there questions here now, or are we going to continue? I have some questions. Okay, shoot.
So back to slide 184, please. My first question is, you were talking about making adjustments after the 6 months of the budget, right? So January. Remember, like if there's an adjustment that needs to be made, it all comes back to the city manager and you make the adjustments, correct?
So what I said is that we do a mid-year budget review. That's what I intended. So at that point, we see where we are with our expenditures and if certain needs from this request, or, I mean, there could be other unforeseen needs. At that point, we consider that.
Yeah, but council looks at that.
Exactly. They come before the council.
us.
Yes, the mid-year budget review does come before the council. We do bring that forward.
But if you see something fall out earlier that then you can make the funds available for, would you do that earlier than that 6 months? Or does that never happen? I just don't recall.
No, it does happen.
Okay.
For example, I mean.
You'd bring that to us earlier if that was
So,
possible.
yes, absolutely. And depending on the level of that move, right, it could be a budget amendment that we would do, definitely. I mean, it depends. I mean, I have certain authority, and then for certain things, it comes back to council.
Somewhere in here, and I don't remember if it's on this slide, but, because I do have a question about this one, is you talked about the police and fire information person, that you're freezing that position?
Right.
Is that something that can be?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that something that can be handled by Desiree in our department over here?
So actually, you know what, I have to commend that our public safety department is really resourceful. They've done a really good job. I'm not saying the position's not needed, but they've done a really good job of putting information out there. And yes, there is support. Obviously, you know, it's the same thing when I didn't have a communications person, you know, obviously JP did a really good job of supporting. So we do provide that support as needed.
Okay, thank you. So back to slide 184. You're talking about the K-9. The other things for the K-9, you're talking about the retrofit on the truck, yes. Program course, no. Post-training, no. Is this for our existing dog that we're not going to be providing insurance for or supplies or post-training? Do we need to go out and have a fundraiser?
The K-9 program is a new, and obviously the chief can speak to it, but this is a new program they want to offer.
Okay.
So this is all new.
Got it.
Chief, did you want to come up and just explain what?
Yes, so as you know, we had a canine in the past. It was a law enforcement dog, a bite dog. And so we're not going to bring that back. We're going to bring back a drug dog.
Okay.
So that was it. I'd also, if I could just make one correction on that back, it should be 1 lieutenant and 2 sergeants, not 2 lieutenants and 1 sergeant.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, and then.
Good pickup.
And then you had us on one of the slides, I think it was 184, about the sexual assault exams. Are those that's a yes. Are those exam kits that are just waiting to be processed?
So Chief or Deputy Chief?
Why don't you stay there?
We're required to do a sexual assault exam on victims, and the cost is increasing.
Okay.
So this is something that we have
So
to pay
there's not
for.
a stack of them waiting somewhere?
No, this is a forensic exam.
Okay, thank you. Next one, slide 189, please. So I'm just curious on these, for instance, in all of these are where, like, on all of the sections of the budget book, there was a first page that said, this is what the department head wanted, and then the second page was, but this is what the director or the city manager said we're having, right? These reflect all of that, the major expenses. Is that correct? No?
These are additional requests. These were not included in any of, whether it was the 9 million or the 5 or the.
So this is above and beyond?
These are what we are showing you here. These are above what currently is within the operating budgets of departments. This is an additional. So, but the ones that were included and are recommended for funding, yes, they are reflected. The ones that are no, they're not included.
I understand that, but they didn't, so they're not on the first page that the director included either?
No, they're not.
Well, that's interesting. Okay. And then my second question is, what was that process like? So I'm the department head. You're the city manager. I came in and said, I want these things, and because some of them are yes and some of them are no. So you obviously did it in consultation with the department head, correct? All of these?
Absolutely. So what happens is, so finance prepares a schedule. And so they, through, well, and maybe you can explain the process better. And then obviously they launch the process, with all the departments. Before we start that process, we provide a fiscal picture to the department heads. And that's why we said, we are recommending that you stay flat because our revenues are flat and we don't anticipate any more revenue. So we give them that. Now, I understand that there's sometimes a need, as you're seeing here, and that's why we're presenting these to you, that there is a need for certain services. Like I said, it's easier when we know there's funds available, as that's why with some of these, you see that we are recommending them for funding. And so once the department, has maybe 45 days or, almost 60 days to complete their budget, they submit it to finance, and finance does the first review. And then they prepare the first review, and then the review happens with finance, city manager, and the department.
Okay. I just have to say a compliment here that if you never showed us any of this, we wouldn't know any different. So thank you.
That is correct.
I never remember seeing a list like this before, where you said, here's where we said yes, and here where we said no, maybe later.
And maybe if I may clarify, we actually have done this the past 2 years. We've done this the past 2 years because I think it's important that you also know as an elected that, what is needed and for the community also. Obviously, this slide very clearly states that. We heard public comment. So yes, the past 2 years we have been doing this where we identify what's a one-time cost and what is an ongoing cost. So yes, we have done this in the past.
I think I just have budget blindness. I don't remember seeing this list where you went through and you said yes, 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 and no, no, no. So thank you for that. The last one is slide that I have a question about, slide 193. So did we show these motorcycles twice? Or are there 4 motorcycles?
No, so they're shown twice because they're coming in as part of the vehicle list,
okay.
but it's just 2. Uh-huh.
And I can clarify a little further. We will buy these vehicles out of the general fund. So that's why they were listed as part of the general fund, but we will transfer funding in, just like we transfer in vehicle replacement monies to fund them. So they are covered by the traffic safety fund, and all of these vehicles are covered by the vehicle replacement fund otherwise.
So the money's already set aside for them?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not raiding someplace to buy things in a hurry and taking the money from someplace else. This is money we're setting aside already.
We have an internal service fund that's a vehicle replacement fund, and every year we tell the departments what they have to contribute back to the vehicle replacement fund, and that does come from the general fund, so that then when we go to buy vehicles, we have the monies already set aside and we can send the money back to the general fund to purchase the vehicles.
I think that's a genius program, and I thank you very much. I don't think I have any other questions. And maybe you showed this, but is there somewhere where you can maybe go back and say, right, Susan, we showed you didn't pay attention. All of this money that is being approved, this is how much is coming from the general fund, and this is how much is coming from enterprise funds or something else. Did we break that out?
That was on the vehicle request.
Okay.
So if we can go down a couple of slides.
There we go.
Okay.
That's
So
it. Okay.
in
Slide
the
1.
vehicle replacement fund, we have 3 different sections, at least 3 different sections, because water and sewer funds cannot be used for the general fund, correct? So when the sewer and water give their share to the vehicle replacement fund, we set that money aside for them separately. So we only take water funds to buy water vehicles and sewer funds for sewer vehicles. So we do keep that tracking. And so obviously when we want to keep track here, and then we will send this money to the water fund and the sewer fund to purchase the vehicles because they do own their own assets each separately.
Thank you very much.
And I actually have a couple of questions, and one is a minor one, just from public safety. Healthy snacks, is that for our staff, or is that something you're passing out to disadvantaged folks in the community? Is it for the staff?
Yeah, we received a grant, and so we stock healthy food for our staff, so they're not going to the local drive-through establishments.
Right,
They're
okay,
eating
thanks.
more healthy. However, that sunsets in December.
Yeah, Okay, thank you. And then, so I'm not sure if, what's the workaround is the right phrase, but with regards to the city engineer, how will that be reallocated? How will those tasks be handled?
So some of those tasks, depending on, the type of work, we work with our existing in-house staff. When it's work that requires, experience, in fact, right now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to see if we can have a contract for on-call services, kind of no different than what development services has for plan reviews. So what we're trying to do is do it on an as-needed basis to help us through with some of the projects that we have. So right now, it would be basically with consultant work.
Right, but we are canceling the plan check reviews from development services. Those were not approved.
No, they have funding. It's just, it's been reduced. They do have funding
Okay.
for consultants. It's just, so overall, they had about $1 million for consultants, so that they spread out in different ways. But there was an additional request for $400,000 which would have totaled $1.4 million dollars. So we reduced, we did not approve the additional request, and we also reduced the additional allocation.
We'll wait. You guys okay? Okay. How many different departments does the city engineer touch?
So primarily is development services and public works. Those are the two departments that work closely. One is because of public works that we have, and then also private development projects that we have.
So there may actually be possible, if doing what you say, that there might be some money left over in development services for outsourcing things that could be used.
Potentially, because obviously we're reducing their consultant
Right.
allocation to begin with for 25, 26.
All right. I appreciate that. Please.
Of course.
Do my colleagues have any more questions? I'm sorry. I think maybe Jackie had one.
Oh, you can go,
Or
Vice
Emily.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
My question is just for clarification, when we were talking about the public work allocation for the, was it 184, I believe, the slide?
Thank you for numbering the slides, by the way.
That one, no, the other one.
You have 200 slides, you have to.
I think it's 89. Yes, that one. So, because earlier today, we had someone from my district, obviously, that came and was talking about what we're going to be doing for their area that is flooding. Obviously, you have to deal with the whole city. So how are we going to be dealing with it? Because the master plan obviously it's like $500,000. So are you guys have talked about what are the ways that you're gonna, address the situation that has been going around?
So the way we know there is an issue there, but right now there's just no funding that is available specifically for this. Should there be some kind of funding that may be available, obviously we would pursue it. But right now it's very, very limited. This kind of storm drain work comes from the general fund because we can't use sewer money, we can't use water money, we can't use recycle water funding, we cannot use any of this restricted special revenue. So yes, we know it's on the list, and you saw it in the Public Works future goal list, because we know it's an issue, but right now, there's no funding unless you decide to do something otherwise, but as it is, we already have to deal with a budget deficit.
No, yeah, obviously, yes. That's why I'm asking, so that they can also follow what is going on here. But I know the funding is not there, but is there any other way to work around it and address it? I know not with the money, of course, but so how are we projecting the next rain storm?
And the gentleman that spoke said it, this has been, and that's not an excuse. that this has been happening for a very long time. And part of it is the city by design allowed this development to happen this way. That's why we have flooding over there. So it's really, and I guess initially when that subdivision was allowed, it's almost like the city agreed to develop in that format. And I think that's part, right, Ms. Garrett, I don't know if you want to come up and explain that. When we were looking at this and in preparation, and it's the same thing with Rancho Verde, it's very unfortunate. I mean, we had great meetings out there and we did obviously tell them that we would look at everything possible to see how we can do this. But at the end of the day, we also said that it has to do with financial priorities. And nobody is disputing that we need to address that issue. We recognize it, it's on the list, just like the sound wall, just like everything else. Right. But it's a matter of priorities and finances, really.
And I kind of alluded to some potential solutions with regards to the Copeland Creek retention basin. And quite honestly and candidly, I've been working with some folks regionally talking about how we might qualify for additional Prop 4 funds, which we are hitting the sweet spot on all of this. I can show you a letter that Water Agency Mike Thompson shared with me of the Sonoma County Water Agency telling the folks over at Rancho Verde not to build there. A specific letter recommending that the Water Agency said, please do not do this. But it was done anyway, and it was done a while ago. But as I explained, Rohnert Park was a series of vernal pools, right? It was a seed farm. And so this condition, as city manager said, has always been present, in our town. And so what can we do to naturally address this? And I think there'll be more to come on that. So yeah.
Probably we need to sit down with you and go through it, because when I get the question from the constituent, to have something.
Sure. Vanessa, I'm sorry. I'm just a novice in this thing, but do you want to add something? Did I misspeak at all? Okay.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry. Oh. Your turn. My questions were just about things I didn't understand, which were smoke testing in Cannon Manor. What is that?
That is when we put smoke into the sewer system over there and see if there are any areas where the smoke actually comes out of like laterals that maybe are uncapped. Over in Cannon Manor, we have some undeveloped parcels, and so sometimes openings happen in the sewer system, and so this helps a lot with reducing, like water infiltration, and so we can address it. But we have to test first to see where those leaks are.
Okay, my other question for you was about the cross-connection coordinator, some kind of an adjustment of the position. Is that what that was?
We're proposing to take a pump mechanic position that was allocated to work on, wells and our pump station at the sewer, and turn it into a position that's going to specialize in the cross-connection control plan that we have to adopt and implement over the next 10 years. So they have to be certified by the state to really be experts in backflow prevention.
Gotcha. And so it's the same human with additional training?
It's a vacant position, so it actually, the certs are changing to meet the state's requirements for backflow prevention.
Gotcha.
But it is a vacant position, so we're not like moving anybody.
Okay. Those were my only questions.
Okay, please resume.
So we're going to move into our Day 2 summary and recommendations. And we want to bring back this slide, which we have shown you, just to, again, remind you that we
do... hit us over the head? Let's call it what it is.
Yes.
Let's just get the devil right out on the porch.
Yeah. So, I mean, as you have seen, the department submitted their budget, and the deficit was $9 million. Mm-hmm. And in working with the city manager, we were able to reduce that deficit to $5.2 million. And so in order to have the budget operate at the level that the $55 million level, we need to fill the $5.2 million gap. So we will not be able to have that $55 million budget without filling the gap. We would have to make other changes. So we just want to make sure that everybody understands that we are trying to fund the $55 million budget, and unless we fill this gap, we would have to make further reductions. So one of the things that we talked about the other day was the reserves. So there was a lot of interest in the reserves and what they can be used for. And we did discuss our policy reserves, and we talked about the Moody's level recommendation of 25 to 35% of revenues. And I shared with you, the amount that we would need in order to meet those guidelines. But what I wanted to show you here is we have our 24, 25, that should be your, the 25, 26, apologies, budget. And I put the two reserve policy amounts there, the 17% and the 5%. And I did the math. So the required amount that we would need is $9.3 million at the 17% and $2.7 million at the 5% level. And then I'm showing you our current reserves. So in order to maintain your reserve policy, we would need to add another $412,000 to our reserve based on the 25-26 budget. So
you kind of lost me there. I got
You lost two of us.
lost two of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Sorry.
So I had previously explained that the way that we determine the value of the reserve is we take the next year's budget and we multiply it times the amounts that you told us in your policy that you wanted us to set aside for city reserves.
Based on this year.
So I did the new calculation. So, and I apologize that should say 25-26 budget.
That's not where you lost.
It's a new calculation.
So then we
Has to
did the
happen after
math.
the budget's set.
So we took the 54, 970, 844, which is your $55 million budget, multiplied it times 17%, and for the 17% policy, the new required amount to hold your policy, we would need $9.3 million. Okay. So that's the amount that we would need. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Is this see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think my columns are reversed.
There you go.
Let me see.
Huh?
I have to do math here.
Well, I thought I understood. I understand the theory.
9.3. We might be doing okay on that one.
Yes, we are exactly doing okay on that one.
Yay.
But we're still not Moody.
We are not meeting Moody's.
No, we're not Moody, but.
So while you're confirming that we already have that $412,000.
Yeah, so we would not need to add that to the reserve.
Thank you. Okay, so that was my
Let me
first
just check
question.
something else.
My second question is, what do we need to do to get up to Moody's number now? Is it, what percentage did you say that was?
It's 25%.
And we're at 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So we need 3% more. So 3% times 55 is $150,000.
970, 844 times 0.25 is 13 million. So we'd need about another 4 million.
No, we don't need another 4 million. 4 million, no.
So 54, 970, 844 times 17%.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Addition.
Is the 9.3. And if we do the 54, 970, 844 times the 25 is, I can't do math.
I'll do my own math here.
Too much pressure.
It's okay.
It's okay.
We have nowhere to be.
Times 0.25. Yeah, 13,742,000 gets you to the 25% level.
Okay, a total, so
That's another,
13 what, again, what's the number, 13 what?
13,742, 711.
So 13,742, take away 9, 10,
add those,
11,
right.
12, 13, so we're pretty close.
Yeah.
We're only 3% away, is what I'm saying, right?
For the 25%?
Yeah, you're
Get to
about
25%.
4 million off.
Okay,
You add those two numbers.
I'm sorry.
See.
It's a lot of this, right?
well, it's less than $2 million, right? Because it's, hold on, let me do the numbers here. 554, 970, 844
What's that?
times
It
3%.
would lower the deficit, yes.
Yeah.
13,742. And we have those reserves. It's okay.
Okay.
We can always bring back this and correct it. I think the
Yeah.
point is that if we want to be at 25%, you know, there would be an additional.
Yeah, there's a little gap.
So there's a gap, right? So I think that's
$1,600,000
that's what we are trying to convey with this. Obviously, you know, when you have all these numbers and everything, I mean.
Yeah, I'm sorry I did that.
It's okay.
you're fine.
No,
Did that really early this morning.
we a team. We work together. No,
we're good,
no,
we're good.
yeah. So that means, and help me because I am not a number person, but that means that's reduce the deficit number. Is that correct?
No. This is
It's
totally.
add to the deficit.
This is totally separate. This is related to your reserves. You may remember that
Okay.
last, yesterday, we talked about our reserves, and this is for operating reserve.
Okay.
And so this is for us to be able to, you know, something happens and we need to tap reserves because let's say, you know, I'm going to knock on wood, we have a fire and our, you know, businesses are closed and we are not having any revenue coming in, then we would obviously tap into this to be able to help us bridge whatever need we have. That's would be for this. So this has nothing to do with covering that deficit. On the contrary, this would, if we wanted to get to the 25%, would mean that we would set aside additional money to be
Okay.
able to fund our reserves at the 25%.
So for the sake of the constituent watching, so this is just the amount that we're going to be adding to our reserve. Is that correct?
Possibly, yes. Yes, that is correct. Okay. That is correct. That's the purpose of this, and we'll get it corrected and
Yeah, let's get past this slide.
Yes.
Sure.
And my question is, you took out 22% last year and set it aside, correct?
So what we do is we do the calculation as part of the audit.
Right.
And that's at the time when we change the balances. And if we're overfunded, we don't generally change the number. If we're underfunded, we add to the amount.
So that 17% plus the 5%
Plus the 5.
is sitting somewhere right now, correct?
Yes, it is sitting in our fund balance.
So we don't need to find an additional amount of money unless we want to get up to the Moody's amount, which is a $1.6 million
That's
add.
correct.
Correct.
Okay. So we're not talking about coming up with $15 million right now. Okay. And just to be clear, the reason why we want to go from 22% up to 25% is if we want to go out for bonding and we have a 25% reserves, they look at us more favorably and give us a better rate.
Yes, so part of the interest rate that you can get when you go out for bonding is they look at your rating. And the better your rating, the better the interest rate you can get in the market.
Okay, thank you.
So I have the next slides, which gets us into how are we going to address the budget deficit. Just as a reminder, what are the recommendations that we have is continue the hiring freezes, and we listed out the positions that we have. We are recommending that and they're funded, preserve all the positions, people that obviously are in positions right now, just hiring freeze on vacant positions. As you have been hearing throughout the department presentations, we're going to evaluate our service models. We're making strategic budget reductions, which I'll share with you some of the ones that we're considering at this time. And then we're also looking at and explored using casino funds, possibly reserves or one-time funds, and also reducing or eliminating contributions to infrastructure capital projects. So those are the options that we're looking at. Now, I'll tell you, long-term, financial sustainability, this is not the way you want to continue balancing your budget, because you're affecting staffing levels, you're affecting potentially service to the community, and you are depleting your reserves, and you're continuing to defer your maintenance. So under all circumstances, this is not the great way to balance the budget. So what are some of the reductions that we are going, that basically reflect what the city manager recommendation is? So presently at the sports center, there's childcare services that it's very minimal who uses this childcare service, but we do have staffing that basically staffs that. We're also recommending the closure of Magnolia Pool. Now, community services can accommodate those users to other pools. We also are recommending that we basically eliminate the contract with Catholic Charities, which at this time, their contract is $552,270. And for share, it's $235,078. So we are recommending that we basically eliminate or start winding down these contracts, because with just those contracts alone, I mean, we're looking at almost $800,000 worth of contracts. Here, just a reminder of the difference between what was originally submitted by departments and what the city manager is recommending, 54 million, and with the savings of 4.5 million, and obviously the breakdown is by department. And then here, this is again just a reminder of how much is coming in or saving from salaries, services and supplies. As you can see, extreme minimal amount. Capital outlay, minimal amount as well. And then with contracts, well, primarily the homelessness contracts are the ones that I just shared, which is the share contract and Catholic Charities. Development services, it's the on-call. Human resources, we are not going to do an employee engagement survey for this upcoming fiscal year. Finance has other contracts that, obviously they were able to reduce. And for administration, this is a consideration to reduce the contract with the city attorney. Yes, you will get a copy of the presentations. Was there another question? No? Okay. So what is a recommended potential solution? So at this point, obviously one of those is the elimination of projects. And after looking at all the various projects, we just had the bid opening for this project, but we have $2 million in casino funds for the pickleball project. We know it's a needed improvement, but we also know, and yesterday we had a really robust conversation about supporting our businesses. We have some beautifully redone pickleball courts at the Doubletree Hotel. And as you know, we have a really nice redevelopment project that's taking place over at the former Reading Cinemas. I think supporting those businesses is important, and so we feel that there would be options for people. So if we don't award this project, we have $2 million in casino funds, $700,000 in general funds. We also are looking at using $3.2 million of the casino supplemental fund. And obviously, by us considering the pickleball project, we will be able to use, or I guess, either we use the pickleball project funds or the one-time funds to fund our reserves and balance the budget. So I'm bringing this back. We obviously now focus, you saw the 10-year projection for the casino supplemental fund, but here we're just looking at the 5 years. As you can see, we have an ending balance in the casino supplemental. If we use $3.2 million, that's going to bring it down to $96,000. But at this point in time, if we don't want to touch reserves, which we're not recommending that we touch reserves, that we consider using this funding, which would obviously support the operation of, the city. So here's the recommendation. So obviously, we're going to look at the line here of the required funding for reserves. We're going to look at that calculation of $400,000. Net deficit is $5.2 million. If we eliminate the pickleball project, we get $2 million. If we use the 3.2 in the casino supplemental funds, that basically helps us cover that shortfall that we have of $5.2 million. We talked about yesterday, and we brought a little bit more information because you guys, the council wanted more information, is the sales tax consideration. We know there's certain steps that need to happen if we want to consider this. We also anticipate, this is not budgeted in this current budget, that we may need up to $250,000 to be able to cover the election, consultant fees, and also legal fees to be able to put this on the ballot. This is the current breakdown of the sales tax that we collect. Obviously, the majority of it goes to the state. And then, we have the Measure A, which is 0.5, and this is the 5.5 million that the city collects based on that Measure A, Measure H, and the Measure I, which these are all new measures that were just approved last year, the Children's Initiative. Measure F, open space. Measure M, we talked about that in length, about paying for not only special events, but also paying for capital projects for our parks. Measure Y, which is the renewal of the original library measure. Measure O, this is, as we know, this is where we tap into for the SAFE team and also Labath. Operations, Go Sonoma, and the Smart Rail, so total 9.75 for the city of Rohnert Park. Now, I would bring your attention that some of these measures do have a sunset. So Measure M, 2028, Measure F, 2031, Go Sonoma, 2040, and of course, Smart Train, 2029. And then here for comparison, this is the sales tax comparison for Sonoma County. Overall, Sonoma County, 9.25, and then you can see Windsor, 9.25, Hillsburg, 9.75, Rohnert Park, 9.75, and then, of course, the other cities are at 10% or a little above 10%. In comparison to Marin County and Napa County, you can see the breakdown. Obviously, Sonoma County is a little bit higher than these particular counties. So here, in summary, the recommendation for us to be able to have a balanced budget is to not fund, reject the bid for pickleball, use the casino supplemental funds, and of course, if needed, use the portion of the general fund that is being allocated for the pickleball project to be able to cover the shortfall.
And just so I'm clear before we start, we're not looking for a formal vote, we're looking for direction, correct?
Yes, it's important that we get direction so that, as you know, putting all this together takes a lot of work.
Yeah,
and it is important for us, if we want to keep our budget schedule, that we get direction on how the council would like to proceed.
Right. And so we have been really good, if you will, as a council of really having the political will to do the right thing, and we've done it time and time again, and of course the choices are not wonderfully palatable that we have before us, but I would like us to give unanimous direction to the city manager. So if that doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but that would be my hope. And so where do we want to start this? I am in favor of these, of the city manager. We hold her responsible to the budget. We've heard the presentations. We understand what is in front of us. It is the most logical, I believe, and balanced approach in order for us to achieve our goals and recover from this. And it is painful, but I think that it's a plan that has merit. So. And I'll open it up for anybody who would like to also comment.
I'll go ahead. Thank you. I appreciate all the work that's been done here. I do not support this recommendation. I think we went from setting aside $1 million for roads a year ago. This year we went from $10 million, setting $10 million aside, to setting $15 million aside. I think we need to back that off a little bit. These pickleball courts should be done right now, except for there was a problem with the bidding process last summer. I think we need to take $2.5 million out of that $15 million we set aside and do what we said we're going to do here. That would be my recommendation. I can't support this. Pardon me?
Explain which 15 million.
Well, we have set aside $15 million out of our budget
to deal with the mitigation from the casino, which is $20 million.
To deal with rooms. We're not going to spend $15 million in the next year. We're going to set aside $15 million, and it's going to sit there, which I'm not saying we shouldn't set aside funds, but we've got all kinds of funds set aside for all kinds of things. It's not like we're going to go bankrupt by finishing this off. I mean, that's just my feeling, and I'm only one person, so I'm happy to be
Well,
on the one end of a 3-1 vote.
The reason why that money is set aside, because we are obligated to put that aside.
No, we're obligated to have the work done, and we will get the work done, but we're going to
But
set aside.
how are we going to have the work done if we don't put that
We're going
money
to set aside $15 million and not spend $15 million in the next year.
Yeah, but the tribe also, they're moving fast. So we might think that we might use it in a year. It might be in 6 months.
And we might want to remember the 5-year projection.
Yeah, and there's a 5-year projection. So if we don't set that money aside, then we're going to be in trouble because we won't have anywhere to get those $50 million. I don't like the recommendation because I know the Picket Bowl, you know, they were very, very excited about this, but at the same time, it is a choice that it's a political will. And I know that if we explain to them the situation, and it's about communication, they want to have those pickleball courts. I myself was looking forward to it, but it's a bummer that because of everything that has been unprecedented and through at all the cities, now we have to make a choice. It's either we give them what they want, then we're in trouble. Because at the end, they're going to come and ask us the same question. Well, you were there, and you saw this coming, and you didn't do anything. So,
And based on the Chicken Rancheria decision, they're not compelled necessarily to sustain at the current funding levels.
yeah.
I understand. I just disagree with the recommendation.
Okay.
I mean, as painful as this recommendation is, I feel like, yes, we have the reserve, but I am not really excited to touch our reserve in case of an emergency. If we don't have money there, if we have an emergency, we're going to be in trouble. And a constituent are watching us, sorry, you know, they trust us to do the right thing, even when it's difficult. And right now, it is something that is difficult. We can always come back when we, you know, maybe in a year or so, or 2 years, we can get the funding back, and we will come back and say, hey, we promised you this and this. Now that we have the funding, we're putting it back there.
Can I ask another question about the Moody's fund, setting aside additional funds for the Moody's? Of
course.
Okay. So at one point, I can't remember when, we had a discussion about one-time funds being used for certain things that are set aside for the downtown. Is there any reason why we wouldn't consider taking, let's say, $1.6 million from those funds and putting it in reserve for the Moody's recommendation? This is completely separate from what else we're talking about here. But putting them into the reserves, taking them out of the one-time funds and putting them into the reserves, be like in a savings account, right? So that would bring up our bond rating.
Just for clarity, right now, we are not contemplating a bond rating. Right now, in fact, we need to demonstrate that right now with the projections that we have, I don't know that right now would be the fiscally responsible time for us to go after a bond. Because we need to start addressing this anticipated shortfall that we have moving forward. And so, yes, ideally, we want to start saving like a savings account, right? In case something happens. We just talked about earlier that if something was to happen, an emergency was to hit, I don't know if FEMA would be there for us. I mean, it was very clear to us in that call that we better do whatever we can to preserve what we have because of the fact that we are in a very interesting, situation right now, an environment. And so, yes, we want to upgrade, and be credit worthy, but part of that too is being fiscally healthy. And so right now, we need to start addressing this. And like I said, all the options, none of those options are the best, because that's not how you operate as a city. Hiring freezes and looking at not funding projects, that's not how you should be running the city. But given the situation that we're in right now, and even then, and obviously I'm in this slide right now, if we take out the 3.2 million right now from this slide, right? And I guess it's to your point, Councilmember Adams, we're reducing it and bringing it down to 96. If something was to happen right now that is totally out of our hands, we may have to tap into that $5 million or that is being set aside because, exactly. So I think there could be that possibility that we would tap into it if something totally out of our hands happened. I understand the importance of the pickleball project. Believe me, I do. But I also, at the time when this project was recommended, we didn't have other options like we have right now. And believe me, I support the group. I really do. But I think also circumstances have changed. And we talked about in this day, yesterday, about how we want to see our businesses succeed. And at least in talking to DoubleTree, they're more than willing to work with any group. I'm pretty sure this brand new investment, I'm sure it's millions of dollars they're investing. They want to be successful, and we want them to be successful. So this is where the community really needs to come out and support them as well. And right now, we need the support to come back into just, in general, the operation of the city.
Vice Mayor?
I just want to recognize that a lot of sacrifices have been made in advance, and you had to have a lot of hard conversations with staff, and everybody is giving something up. And I think if it is a question of whether we should have pickleball or fiscal solvency, at the end of the day, it's not even a question. We have to use this money for a higher purpose. So I'm in full support of this recommendation. And I'm very glad that we do have alternatives for the pickleball community, a lot more than we did a few years ago, which is great. It would be really a slap in the face to people who are experiencing flooding in their neighborhood every couple years to say, oh, but we gave money for the pickleball project. Like, of course, it is an ongoing need. But, there are so many things that need to be funded right now. And I just think that pickleball is going to have to wait a little bit, and they're going to have to enjoy our other amenities and our other amazing parks. So I feel good about this decision, and I really appreciate all the work that went into these recommendations.
As do I. Do you feel you have proper direction? Do we need any clarification?
I feel that we do.
It's
obviously, it's just bringing it back. Okay. Thank you. We appreciate your time.
All right. So thank you, everyone. And we will adjourn this meeting and
To foundation.
go directly to foundation.
This one should be simple. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and call to order the special meeting of the Rohnert Park Foundation. And Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Director Adams?
Here.
Director Elwer?
Here.
Director Rodriguez is absent. Vice Chair Sanborn?
Here.
Chair Judy Chim?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take public comment. Anyone wishing to address the Foundation Board, please step forward. Seeing none, we will close public comment. We have a consent calendar. Someone like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion.
And I will second.
Okay, we'll do a vote of affirmation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it carries
401.
401. Thank you very much. Okay, Madam City Manager.
Yes, I'll turn over the presentation to our Finance Director.
Okay.
Okay, so last one. So we're going to go through the Rohnert Park Foundation fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget. So the first thing I have for you is our sources of income for the foundation. We are expecting that we will have interest earnings of about $80,000, and as you can see, we are doing well with our investments right now, and so we think that they're going to go up about $26,000. Additionally, we have a healthy fund balance at the moment, and so that also helps contribute to the additional interest earnings. We have charges for services of $46,500. And then we have donations and miscellaneous of the $1.4 million. So we have total sources of $1.5 million and an increase of $100,000 or 6.7%. So then this is how we use the foundation funds. In 24-25, we had our small grants program, and as you may recall, we do the small grants program every other year. So we have no budget for that this year, and so we have the decrease of $300,000. Our services and supplies are expected to be $856,500. Contracts, $4,800, and no transfers out. We have total expenditures of $861,300. And I'm going to show you the breakout of the summary of the foundation expenditures. So $10,000 is going to be donated to the Explorer program to help subsidize program costs, and in particular uniforms. So Public Safety is revitalizing this program, and the program existed in the past, and they had monies, but when we closed the program, those monies were transferred to the general fund. So with the re-implementation of the program, we have given those monies back to the Explorer program, but they were looking for a little bit more help in order to be able to pay for uniforms and those kinds of things for getting the program going. So we are in the year in which the foundation can contribute to city projects and items. And so we are recommending $150,000 for programs and events to support children, teens, and youth recreational programs, $60,000 to the Performing Arts Center to support performances and activities, $30,000 to the Performing Arts Center, which is the net proceeds of their concession sales. And what we do here is that the city is not allowed to buy alcohol, but the foundation is. And so the foundation purchases the alcohol, and it is sold, and then the net proceeds are given back to the Performing Arts Center as a donation. And then we are suggesting $10,000 to community centers to start a subsidy program for underserved youth. So that total is $250,000 that we're recommending to be given to community services. And then for Public Works, we have $150,000 of stormwater maintenance to support sustainability of our creeks, $260,000 of park maintenance to support park playgrounds and beautification, and $150,000 sustainability to support the municipal fleet electrification program. And that's a total of $560,000 for Public Works.
Yeah, before you go further, can you just hold that slide up there? And I just want to make a comment. So as you look at the menu, if you will, of all the things that we are doing or propose to do with this money, I think we should take just a moment of gratitude and thank Federated Indians of Greater Rancheria. All of these projects speak to their heart. They're either environmental projects, programs for underserved youth, et cetera, Explorer program, right? So this is a really a wonderful uplift for our community that most communities do not have, because they do not have funding from a local tribe in this manner. So just a moment of gratitude to Federated Indians of Greater Rancheria that we have this opportunity, and we're able to backfill, if you will, some of the things that we could not do out of the city budget, right? If you look at, some of these things, they're absolutely some of the things that we had to cut on the flip side. So this is a wonderful complement, if you will, to that. Go ahead, Jackie.
Oh, no, I concur to what you just say. So thank you so much for helping, being an ally, especially when it comes to the monetary side for the city. So thank you to the tribe and to Chairman for the help.
Please, resume.
So then, as a recap for the foundation, we have total sources of about $1.5 million. We're proposing to spend $861,000 for a net change of $735,000, and that amount will be added to the fund balance. And our projected fund balance is going to be about $2.6 million.
Okay.
And that concludes my report.
Okay, and I'm going to open it up to the floor for any direction, et cetera, but just out of curiosity and as an aside, have we thought about creating a vehicle to take money from other folks who might want to give money into our community foundation? And we've kind of talked about that.
So I know as part of the emergency or disaster response, we talked about, which we can do through the foundation, that would be a separate fund, but just in the event that we have emergencies, there's work to be done in the foundation. And to your point is, yes, we can go after and seek donations. I mean, obviously we talked about the PAC. You saw some of the recommendations for the PAC. There's a lot of opportunity with the foundation, and so we're building that. I mean, obviously our first,
look at the success that Redwood Credit Union had after the Tubbs fire, starting their community foundation, and how the community responded.
Absolutely, and that's the goal, is really to elevate our foundation and be more active. We're working on the infrastructure for that. Like for the small grants program, we've already created guidelines. That is a process. I'm very happy where we're at with the small grants program now. Is like, okay, can we go after other types of contributions that would normally not be given to the city, but they can be provided to a foundation? Absolutely, Mayor. That's.
All right, so we're looking for direction here. Is everybody in concurrence, or do we have more questions, or how would you like to do that?
I just want to make a comment. I am in a yes with that, but my comment would be, when people will see, well, we have the $2 million there, what we could have moved around instead of using the pickleball. So the only reason we are able to do that is because the money allocation per the tribe request is the reason why we are able to move that money and put it to those specific projects, is because, per the MOU, correct?
So in the MOU, we have a contribution that we get from the tribe, and obviously, if you go back, you see the contribution, where is it at? The donation of 1.4. And keep in mind too, and this is the same criteria that we use for our nonprofits, is that it has to obviously benefit the general public. It has to be in the realm of sustainability, community enhancement. So when you look at what we are recommending for our particular, to support our community, is we're obviously targeting that. The Explorer program, this is a great program for our youth, supporting public safety. All the community services, making sure that we provide support for our children, our teens, our youth. Same thing with public works, dealing with, sustainability of creeks, park maintenance, and also the electrification program. So these are all programs that definitely target and benefit the community as a whole. And when you look at the mission of the foundation, that's the goal. And so we're very careful, even with the other the funding that we get, whether it's the casino mitigation or supplemental funding, we make sure that we're using it as per that memorandum of understanding.
Yes.
And even the positions that are funded through those funds, it targets those eligible contributions that we get from them.
Part of the transparency.
Absolutely.
And also
Absolutely.
requirement that we have received per our MOU.
That's correct.
Go ahead, please, Vice Mayor.
City Manager, do we have a target for our fund balance every year, or I guess that'd be every other year? Like, how do we decide how much we're going to use this year for our city projects?
So basically, it depends on really the needs, right? I explained earlier that, you know, we get needs and requests from our departments. And so it's really based, I mean, we want to make sure too that we have a projected fund balance here. Because again, there could be a project that just, you know, speaks to the foundation. As you know, this, and that's why you see the major difference from 24-25 fiscal year, because we primarily are focusing on the small grants program right now. That doesn't mean that we cannot also fund other projects on those off cycles when we are administering the small grants program. You know, if there's programs too that the city has that we would like to fund, we can consider those. Obviously, this coming fiscal year, there's a concentration on just providing city programs to support the community. So it just, you know, it really depends on the demand and the requests that we get.
Questions or comments?
Well, I understand you're wanting to keep a balance there, and I just want to go back to the idea of the, you know, it being a slap in the face to tell people, we're going to build a pickleball court, but we're not going to fix your flooding. The original funds for the pickleball courts were coming out of the casino funds, not out of the general funds. That's the first thing. To me, it's not just, this is not about the pickleball field, the pickleball courts. It is about going from setting aside $1 million a year to setting aside $10 million a year to setting aside $15 million a year and making that deficit. I'm not saying that it's irresponsible to do that. I think it is responsible to do that. I just think that since that $15 million is just going to sit for at least a year, maybe 2 or 3, while we go through some other things, I mean, that's just, I just have to look at it differently. It's not, I don't think differently of anybody else. Let me finish. You're already moving towards your thing. I think that I like the way we're doing the foundation. I really do. I think it's important that when Marcella first introduced the idea of we're only going to do the foundation grants every other year, I thought, well, we're supposed to do it every year. Well, just the fact that we were able to give these organizations double the amount of money than we did before.
Yeah, it increases the breadth and scope of the foundation.
So much. I mean, people were just thrilled to death. They couldn't believe it. It's like, you know, winning the lottery for some of them. So I like the way generally it's all being handled. I think we're going in the right direction. We just have a difference of opinion about that one, the way the one it's being handled.
Okay, I think you have your direction. Okay.
Mayor, appreciate it very much, and council, we're actually foundation board members at this point, because we're foundation board members.
Okay, and communications matters to and from the board, anyone? Okay, seeing none, before we close and before I adjourn, I just want to say thank you to the council members for the meaningful support, for the meaningful dialogue, and for all of your support. We worked very collaboratively tonight. I enjoyed a little bit more of the casual nature of the study session. It was excellent. I think it gave everyone an opportunity to truly express themselves. And so thank you, and this meeting is adjourned.